Okay, hello? Oh. My phone? What the fuck? Oh, it's on my phone. Oh, shit. I was like, I broke the audio, and actually, I didn't break the audio. I just changed the output by accident. My bad. Hello. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day. So I'm thinking, I'm gonna go with that thought that I had. What do we think about milk beans? Being the milk beans. We're the milk beans. Because more things, I think, rhyme with the word bean and beans than buds. I also forgot to connect my face tracker. Alright, there we go. Also, look at my new pen. I got a new pen. Look, it clicks. Isn't it cute? Yeah, I have a new pen for it. Forever, technically. What the fuck? Who's that? Who is that? Huh? What the fuck? Do I have enough points to do the kiss the crocodile dude? Yeah, fuck, that's so funny. Sorry, I'm sorry. I got so flabbergasted. Okay. I'll stop being distracted. Oh my god, that's so stunning. I didn't know Cena would be doing this. Comments on chat being the beans. Alright. I'm doing stuff today. I'm doing stuff and things. Stuff and things. Stuff and things. I need to reset this boy. We need to reset this boy. Ooh. View highlighted, you know, V-Star's already done. Oh, I can stay. This one to change. And this one to be none. And then this will be nothing, because we weren't given anything. I already did my enshrined work for today. Or enshrined work for I did it over the weekend because it was due today, so. Video editing. Scripts. Voiceover. Thematic is like I condemned. Hope you're having a lovely day. Sorry if I'm a little distracted. I had a very, very busy weekend, so I'm not exactly refreshed for the Monday. But hey, we're here regardless because we got stuff to do, you know? I'm trying to remember to tick these on and off because we did the YouTube VOD for today. Thank you for the wellness check. I do need to drink water and take my meds, so thank you for reminding me. Also, my face tracking is like hella off today. But thanks to TikTok, I found a new phone stand. It's magnetic, and it comes with like a little magnetic ring. So that way, I hopefully can stop moving my phone around, and instead of it being horizontal, because it's right now it's like horizontal, so it's on its side, because that's the only way I can keep it plugged in. I can hopefully now keep it vertical, so it can still be plugged in and vertical, because that would be the best for like even movement tracking. But yeah, that'll hopefully come next week. Oh, that came from China. Okay. Okay. Also, I really wanna just gonna. Oh wait, I should take a full screenshot. Just because it's it. I can retire. Nice and nice. Speaking of phone holders, I used to make a bunch out of. That would be so smart. We don't have enough extra Legos for that. Milk beans feels like a boba filling. I mean, that's not a bad thing. You know, we fill your heart up with love because we're beans. I might keep it. Milk. Because it makes me think it would be like a milk outside and then the sour juice on the inside. That's weird. We're not sour. We're not sour. Oh, I'm getting close to this one. Kind of. Oh my god, wait, we could put a new star on here, guys. Wait. Yay. Wait, what was this one? VTuber collabs? Yep, we're doing that one. We have one on Wednesday. Stream with 3.0 model. Yup. Stream PCU GPU fix. I think I fixed that. Also, the Lego phone holders have a hole for your charging. That's so smart, though. Because, like, then if you have to make any modifications to it, you can. Maybe I should have just bought a bunch of Legos. Damn. It's okay. It's one of those, like, 360 magnetic phone holders. It's one of these. It's not the Magic John one, unfortunately, because the Magic John one didn't come with, like, the ring attachment. But it's just, like, one of these. I was thinking of getting a little flavor poppers, but outside tapioca and the inside flavored milk. Oh my god! That would be so cute, though. Wait, that would be so cute, though. Wait, I have an idea. Okay, wait, hold on. I have an idea, but I'll give me a second. I want to show you guys the phone holder I'm getting. It's like this one. It's not the Magic John one, but it's like this one. It's like, it's got, like, it, like, can turn 360 and has a suction on the bottom. And I think that'll be pretty good. Hopefully it'll be good. I don't know how well it'll suction to my desk, though, because I have a desk mat where I normally put a phone. But I think if I suction it... Hold on, wait. Let me just look it up. Hold on. Let me just show you guys the one I got, so that way I can plan it in my head. Maybe I should have thought about this before buying it, but... It was $5. It was $5, and I've made a little bit of extra commission money this month. Can you not look at the shop on PC? Oh yeah, we were talking in the VC and I, we were trying to figure out what kind of coffee flavor do you get if you're I'd probably get like a caramel. A caramel. I decided if I get like an energy drink flavor, it's gonna be like a lemon banana. Banana lemon? No, banana blueberry. I think. Banana blueberry. Yeah, I think that will be the flavor I get because I like the yellow and the blue. And then if I had a coffee flavor, probably caramel something. Caramel. What is that? I want to show you guys the thing I got. Excuse me. We're thinking some fruit pastry, like the name Daydream. Oh my god. Fruit pastry. Fruit pastry would be really good. I just don't know how to make that into a coffee flavor, though. That's not, I guess, really my job if I were to get a flavor. I would just say, this is the flavor I want. Please make it, I guess. Hold on. I can't show you guys a thing, but that's fine. We'll talk about it more. Oh, speaking of, we can sign up for that. I think ginger marshmallow flavor coffee. Marshmallow? Oh my god. Coffee flavor name. You guys are so cute. Thank you for coming up with these kind of things. I think like a caramel marshmallow flavor. Marshmallow or like a fruit pastry. And then if we had like an energy drink flavor, I want it to be like a lemon, a banana blueberry, I think. They have s'mores flavors? Oh my god, and then they could just add caramel to it, and then we'd be pogging. You guys like my new pen? I got it from Sanvo. I was high when I got it, and so in the order, when I was like writing my name, I put Elaine, Sanvo's biggest fan. Because I am. On God, I am. Sanvo's like so cool. They're the reason why we have our original pen thing, but then they made this one, and I think it's so cute, so I got it. I got it. It's super cute, as I got it. But no, I love the way they rig stuff, and their breakdowns make a lot of sense to me. So it's amazing. The camera's uncovered and it's bothering me. I'm trying to think of what I got. The idea I had. Okay. It's cute. It feels like a nighttime potion. I know, right? You can change the colors of it too. Like you can change it to be like pink or like probably you can change it to any color. So you could have it be like blue and pink and green if you want, and you can change the charms and you can turn the clouds off and stuff. It was fun to set up. But yeah, this is the one I chose. I changed it a little bit. What if BLT poops out little beans and it's you guys and they're little balls. Hold on. Now that this is on my mind, I have to sketch it, or else I'll forget and be sad. Or it'll haunt my dreams. More than likely, it'll haunt my dreams, because whenever I think something might be a good idea, it kind of haunts my dreams for a little while. Alright, so... Oops. Did not mean to scroll on chat. Oops, there you go. I'll only be okay if they're cubic poops like a wombat. Yes, though! That would be hella cute. Though. That'd be like hella cute. Oh god. You know, I want this one. I saved this color specifically to have a neutral gray background. Okay. So we gotta go to my brushes, the BLT brush, because that's the best brush in my opinion. So like, we'll even do a little symmetry tool because I want to be lazy. And sometimes the best chat mascots are the simplest. God damn it. Okay. Because it reminds me of like Gore. Gore had a little chat mascot that was like a little, it was a candy in a candy wrapper. And the candy on the inside would change. Wait, I'm making a circle. A little key. I think it wouldn't be too hard to make like a well, I guess I wouldn't make you guys live 2D. You guys would just be a little like little guy that I animate and gets to sit around stream. What would be the easiest way to do that though? Because I think it would become a redeem, kind of like how Mew has, like, you can place the starfish somewhere. I would be like that, and you guys could place yourselves wherever with a chat redeem, and I would just place you guys in places. I think that'd be pretty cute. Why didn't I just flip it? I want to listen to the song. Oh, did you check out the credit link I sent you? I really like they used Trello for it and made it real. I did not. Sorry, I kind of like died yesterday and didn't come back until like today. I honestly don't know what happened really yesterday. Oh my god! Oh my god! Wait, this is cute. Oh my god, they have so many PNG tuber models. I love. They have like one for every occasion. I love the song. I do too. A little too much. Oh, this one's cute! Like, they have a hot dog one, too. Oh my god, I actually love this. Yo, this is hella smart. I kind of want to do this. I can make one for, like, specific artists and then do illustrations and... like, on God, though. But, like... I might do that, actually. That's actually a hella good idea. Because that would be easier for me to manage than a whole ass, like, website page, in my opinion. Like, we could keep the... Where is it? I don't have a car emo. Wait, does... My subscription to BZ ran out, but maybe I can find the... Because she has an Apple car emo. Which, speaking of BZ, I wonder if she's doing okay. She's a little sick. I don't think I have Apple. Oh, there's no Apple car. I don't know how to open the native Twitch emote thing. I only have the better TTV and it confuses me. Let me go see if BZ's still sick. I wanna know. There's the BZ. I think she might be. Nope. BZ is not still sick. BZ is playing Peak with Big Nose Bug. Have a great stream, guys. And get to that. I believe. Okay. She even had the links, and if you click the tabs. Oh, wait. Trello. Oh yeah, they do. Oh shit. Okay. We'll do that today too. Okay. I might be sold. We'll do that today too. Alright, cancel. Create Reddit. Hello. That would be so much easier in my opinion than trying to format it in a way that works with my website. Because it becomes a lot. Like, not that that's a bad thing. Like, it's a good thing that I have suffering from some success in a kind of a way, right? Where it's kind of like, it's a lot, but hey, at least I got to commission a lot, you know? That's not what I want to do. Because we could keep, like, this one, right? And then, like, we could do, like, instead of having these ones, This is the closest I have to a car. Hold on, let me see if I can get the BZ one. Let's see if I can get the BZ one. Yeah, the BZ one. Apple car. What? Why can I not use it? Cause it might be followers, but is it a follower specific? It might be. It might be, so I don't have the emotes. That's valid. But yeah, but then like. Yeah. Yeah, okay, no, yeah. We're still doing that. Okay. It's a global emo. I thought it'd be good for a portfolio too. Would be. The global. Yeah, the BZ one. The BZ one I can't copy and paste. Okay. Let me finish the cube boy. So cute. So we just gotta get turned off. Do you guys want to be asymmetrical though, like this? You could be. Though I think I did. Okay, I'm done with my food. Time to get started on the YouTube script. I believe in you. I don't know if I ever want to. Except for the ones that we plan to do, Kiwi. I don't know if I ever want to edit a YouTube video ever again. Because I want to at least try one for our purposes, because I think it wouldn't be that hard. But video essays can suck my ass, bro. That shit was hard. It was like the sheer amount of like audio alone that I had to go through was crazy. You should look at Cube Gum for reference. Cube Gum. Oh my god, I love this. I love this gum. It's good gum. Good gum. Because it would be like Raggy's like, because Raggy, her chat mascot is just a button. It's just a, oh my god, was she working on Alex's model? She was. That's crazy. That's crazy. But her little guy is just a button. Oh, she's not have a thing for it. Too rigged. A little secret. What is it? Oh my god, it's got a button head. That's so cute. Oh my god, and then they have the chat mascot, which is a little frog bunny. Oh, that's so cute. I'm so glad that Alex is getting a VTuber model. Like, I love her stuff. Beautiful goblin. Oh yeah, let me show you. This is Alex. This is like Pay Money Wubby's like, I don't know if that's his partner or not, but she did the, yeah, this is her. But she did the VTuber like contest with Iron Mouse, and so she's a goblin. She's a chubby goblin VTuber. And I guess she got Raggy to do her model, which is really cool. Oh my god, look at this! Holy shit! Oh, that's so cool. And her toes have beams. That's so cool. I like it. I want to look at Raggy.
Lizard.
Not lizard. The buttons, this one. Cause like they're so simple, but they're so cute, lizard. You know? Lizard. So maybe I should have it at like a 3/4 angle instead. Okay, it was just because it was with the emo. Yeah, yeah. It specifically works with the word lizard. It doesn't matter how, I think how you caps it, but it just specifically has to be the word lizard. And then there has to be some features. Milk beans. But you were thinking tapioca. So you were saying the inside is different or the outside is different? Let me see. I was thinking the little flavor poppers, but the outside is tapioca and the inside is milk flavor. Okay, so in milk, out flavor. Been what it been. Right, I need to duplicate this. What's wrong? I think enough without you. Eat enough without you. And but this one you'd see less of the lineage, I think. He doesn't see me. But I still could use a symmetry tool. I kind of feel like you guys should be almost like the face should be almost like inside. I don't want to do work today. I don't want to do work today. I probably should do work. Okay, I'll keep this open on my monitor so I can think about it. Or on my computer so I can think about it. I don't want to do work today. Fine. Let's do the scripts that are already done. So that way we can... Kiwi, I'm gonna collapse it. I'm collapsing this bitch. Actually, no, it's fine. I'll collapse it tomorrow. I think substitutes have both have a chat mascot and a TTS pet. Yeah, but now then I'd have 3 pets because BLT was supposed to be the chat mascot, but then he kind of became his own entity. So I think I think I have to come up with a different chat mascot now. Excuse me. This one. I'll collapse again after I pick my videos. No problem. No problem. Yeah, I was like, did I accidentally do this? And then I realized you were probably picking stuff for the YouTube. So. Oh yeah, they debuted their new Sleepy, the new Sleepy outfit. Ah, I love it. I'm assuming we're not including the second one from the top. Nope. Nope. I have 0 tolerance policy. You get caught in controversy and I have to read it on my timeline at all. You're out. I'm over it, bro. I was gonna ask you if you wanted to record this, if you recorded this morning. I did not. I didn't. I could, if I really, really didn't want to do work like right now or today, I could record the voiceovers tomorrow morning. But I'm not that tired. I feel like I can do it today. This was thunder. So I'll probably just do them today before we get into it. I don't know, I just really want to do art, I guess. I don't think we did enough art last week, so I'm like a little antsy to do art, but it ain't no sweat to me. Would you consider Nobog and Gob as a duo since they collab regularly? I wouldn't count them as like a duo like Envy and Croc, but I would consider them like goblin VTubers. We have a lot of goblin VTubers because Nobog is just goblin backwards. It's a species of goblins. It's evil goblins. So, yeah. I could also ask. I can also ask. Nobog if he'd be okay with that as well if you want. Or not Nobog, Gob. Because I chat more with Gob than I do Nobog. That's what I was thinking. As a backup, we have like 4 goblin highlights. Yeah. I like that. Yeah. Because like I like that one because there's just so many goblins. Goblin is a culture and a personality trait at this point. You can't escape it. Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me unplug my tablet so I don't want to start drawing again. No, I really want to draw. I'll save this just in case as well. Cat mascot. Open. Oh no, it's open recent. Oh wait, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet. Okay. Star Pirate, Twitch. And go to their card, so that way we can go to their Twitch. And there you go. About. It's all. Someone said kiss my emo. My kiss emo reminded me of the Podgkin. The what? Oh, that's cute. I mean, they are very flirty, so it makes sense. Let me read the script. Oh, here, let's say hi to Starpy, another talented artist. Lauren, just like her wife, Starpy. There's one of the biggest things possibly in animations. She book models. The design that make me screech like a little kitten anytime. Okay, so we want portfolio, I think. Client designs illustrations. I like this one a lot. I also like this one a lot. Oh, they're web peas. What? Ooh. Chibies. Absolute love their animation chibies, but the models they make sometimes. Do you want to start with 3 highlights to kind of keep it easy and set the tone? Yeah. That way we can also go into like more depth about like the people, and it's not just here's my top 5 VTubers of the week. So and so, so and so, so and so joke, so and so, so you know, we can at least like instead of having like 5, it's like the 3, but then like we can talk about the 3 a little bit more. Just gonna save all these because they look cool. I like that. I wanted to keep at least the vibe of the OG scripts. I didn't know if you would re-record. Yeah, I can re-record them. I don't mind. If anything, it's probably better that I re-record the audio. Just because my mic from then versus my mic now is tuned better, I would say. I'm gonna re-grab these. In my opinion, at least, I think that it's like better. And I'm better at reading through scripts and having life in them, so. Also, it'd be better to re-record it so I can get my VTuber model in it. Save. Did I save this one? No, but it's gonna be in the cover. Halsey. I would love art from Star. I love Star's art. Star's art's really pretty. And combined with Bunch's rigging, ugh. I just love how like the lips are. They look so soft and cute. Oh, this would be a good set for chibis. Chibis and cosplay, actually. Gotta have a little sex appeal. Elaine understands that while Elaine isn't exactly a lewd VTuber, she understands that sex appeal has to be a thing every now and again in the videos, you know? And I get it. I love these. Ugh. I just love their art, man. I should study their art. I don't know. I can never decide on an art style, but I think I really like this art style. Maybe. Okay. Hold on. Do a Star P art study. Save. Okay. Not just be for me later. Open like a new tab. Open like a new tab. Open like a new tab. I didn't mean to open that new window. Down landscape. Save. I thought you really like this week's V-Star since they kind of have the same cozy vibes, and she even did a post that was like, life is short. That's amazing. That is fun. I like it. Man, some of these are old. I don't want to take ones that are too old because some people don't like that. We have these. Damn. No, I contemplate whether I download a bot since they'd be more current. How many things do I have? 7. Yeah, I'll download this one. Coffee. Oh, roll my neck. Okay. Change. Download. Select folder. Nope. Video. Paste. Start function. Yeah. That'll take it a little bit of time. But that should be enough, I think, for this. So, cover. Man, we had less riggers than I thought. I want to save Yoko Cola for the dual couple theme, so that leaves me with 3 stream rigger. Because Buncha and Starpy can go in couple. Rigging. Nekarichi does rigging. Neopao does rigging. Vortex Virus does rigging. Yeah, I don't always talk about just talking about rigging. I think Ray Spark does. Suaka, obviously. Hi, Wacky, thank you for the bog. The Cecils, I think? No, I think they just do art. Mav is a really big one. Misu Purple Neko is another one. Yagi Luro, Papa rigs their own stuff. So if you want to include that, that's valid. BZ. I think that's the main ones. The main people that do a lot of I think Muro just does art. Yeah. If you need me to list that again, let me know. But I think that was a handful, I think. Me unsure. Let's do B-stars next. Similar process. Insert image in cell. Browse. This one. Now this just needs this and to have it. Yep. Next one. Glasses journal. Media follow. Ooh, I could grab the art from the trailer that you sent me. Mav had rigging in the script, but I always do. Yeah, Mav mainly does. Mav does art and rigging, but their rigs are like pretty popular. They done Like, they're doing a Terra Notches model. They did a Philia Valentine's model. That's like one of the big ones that they popped off on. They did Mel's model. I should have made a list sooner, but I want to figure out how I want to. No, it's fine. It's fine. We did Fenn's model. A lot of their like most popular models has been the ones that they do art and rig for, but they have done a lot of rigs that weren't their art. Like they did Flans. Rest in peace to Flan. They did Flans. They did this person's model. And I think quite a few others as well, so. PNG, please. Which one do I want? I like that they have a Pokemon. Wait, do I want to use or do I want to do media? Because they could have art that they like more. Oops. Like this one? This one's really cute. I might put them in a comp with Nano then, because I wanted to keep the artists who work on big VTubers together so they don't overshadow the smaller artists. That's valid. That's valid, yeah. If you're doing smaller riggers, like smaller size riggers, I would say like hold on. I have to get my blanket away from me, but now I won't hide it again. Like BZ, oh, it's not the wrong folder. Yeah, Virus. Misu, Luro, and BZ. I would say like four people, 4 riggers. I think all of which also do like art and rig services, but I think that's safe. Beside the point. That's cute art. Oh, this one's cute. I just want a lot. I don't think it might not fit. I want to see if it fit. It fits. Got a BZ, Virus, Misu. Who's the other one? I think Luro. Yagi Luro. There's another one. He was the one that made my original model. He does a lot of... He's done a lot of, like, he's rigged his own model and stuff. Oh, where's the crazy one? Like this one? He does a lot of, his own art rig. He doesn't really do other people's art rig. But I think I followed them from your video, but I really started hanging out in stream. Yeah, no, that's valid. That's valid. You know, they were my 1.0 parent. Or I guess 2.0 parent? I don't know. I don't know how to label my model eras anymore, but yeah, their rigging is really nice. Self-taught, self-made. So, they're pretty cool. Papa is pretty cool. I gotta grab their Twitch name. I'd prefer it if this just came out. Nobody knew and nobody knows. Uh, 25. So it's 25. Selection only. Nameplate. Okay, time to Google. I think the checks would be good for controversy. Make sure they're still saying you haven't rebranded. Yeah, and it's fine if they've rebranded. We could kind of like mention them, but none of them should really have problems as far as I'm aware of. Because I love them all. Okay. Did that one. This one. Highlight. Boop, boop. Let's see this Twitch clip. Okay. I remember this. I remember you showed me this yesterday. Or last week. One of these, one of these, one of these, top 30 day. That scared me. Download. You pick a different one. I just wanted to pick one with our main model. No, that one's fine. That one's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that one. Yeah, I got this one, I think. Because I can edit that one to be pretty funny, so I don't mind. This one. Driving in my car right after a meal. And top ball. God, I just realized it's 5 a.m. Get some rest from a hypocrite. Yeah, if you're tired, definitely get some rest. I can understand the grind, though. So if you need sleep, definitely feel free to get some. We'll probably be here by the time you come back. So. I wanna make you feel good. All you do is look the other way. Tell you how much I wish I didn't want to stay. You gotta count. I wasn't counting. 6, okay. We can do this one. We can do this one. I like to do. How am I supposed to make you feel okay? All you do is look the other way. I will soon, TM. Sounds good. We'll keep you company in the meantime. One more. Let's do this one. Download. Notification. Trainer. One. Twitch's favorite community manager glasses. Yeah. And the grab. Love to grab. I always forget this. I always forget to grab these until I do it. RTV. Save. And then this one's all good. Upload. I just had to make you feel okay. Oh, that one's ready. And then yep, okay. And now we do the did you know one. This is adrenaline superpower. I think I have to read the script before I can figure out what I want to do for the cover. Your body naturally produces superpowers. From watching horror movies to saving lives, this powerful hormone is capable of making you push past your limits. I want to do a Don clip right there. You know, the stories about moms lifting cars off their babies. That's because when your brain gets fight or flight signals, it increases blood flow to your muscles. Okay. Sorry, as I read this, I'm like also like figuring how to edit it in my brain. It's like you get a power up that changes your supercharges your strength, but it's not done there. It also improves your reaction time so you can quickly take in the situation and immediately make decisions. Not all that information is helpful though, so get rid of distractions. Distractions, adrenal tell your brain to block your pain. This is because in dangerous situations, it's important to survive than to deal with scratches and bumps. Adrenaline is even used as medicine because of its ability to increase blood pressure. It's in EpiPens to help you relax your muscles and make it easy to breathe after an allergy attack. Just don't become an adrenaline junkie. I don't want to see any of you end up in a fail commendation. I have good ideas for this. I was thinking of an anime vibe for pushing past your limits, but wanted to keep it vague so you wouldn't have to do another MHA or Black Clover. I'm gonna do Don to Don. I know for a fact I'm gonna do Don to Don. I love Don to Don. Pixels and I caught up to the anime last night, and I fucking just love it. Adrenaline. I like the heart on fire symbol. I like that. I kind of like that idea. Let's do a heart and then fire. Though it could technically be misconstrued for heartburn, but not my problem right now. I don't want to deal with it. Set your heart ablaze is an anime. Oh, fuck yeah. I feel like this works then. Oops. I don't like the heart. I want a different one. I want a different one. I like the blue one. I feel like it contrasts against the fire well. Download. Transparent. Current page. And then... Oh, it's Goku from Demon Slayer? Fuck yeah. We can also add that one. I think that one would be a really good one to add, to be honest. I just gotta find this. Yeah, I didn't want to do another needle one because we had a needle in the imagery last time. Oh, this has to go. Hold on, I need to clean this. Look at this. Look at my. This is my phone background. Look at my phone background. I have a new phone background. This was a picture taken by Pixels. And I made it my phone background. I do that with all my phone all my phone backgrounds have been Pixels, like edited pictures. But I did get looked webby because I got new icons for my phone, and I just redid my phone's color scheme yesterday for fun. Where is it? Alright, these gotta go in here. I gotta clean this up. Make my loft stream my to-do list. Oh, that's smart though. Yo, that's smart though. I get like an art study folder. This, and then hold on, I want to copy some of the art that we got so that I don't forget that I wanted to study Star Piece art. I used to have my uni schedule as my lock screen. That's so smart though. I would always have to look that shit up because I'd forget. Alright, there you go. I sent a meme to my friend. Here you go. Put that over there. This needs to go in enshrined. Look, this is the new enshrined book cover. Isn't it cool? Isn't it cool? I'm excited. I did a lot of crunch work for that yesterday as well. This I'm gonna put in my art project, so I don't know if I'll do that one. Okay. Where did this? Oh, it didn't download yet. Okay. I was like, where is it? I can't find it. I hadn't downloaded it. This will be 14. Oh. 14. Close. Close the file. Insert image and so. Okay. Your body naturally produces superpowers. What if I just took... Okay, I have a question for myself, and this is... For this one, I feel like I'm just gonna try to take from pop media culture. I want to see how that goes. I feel like that would go a lot better, in my opinion. So, like, we'll have a lot more, like, shows and stuff, and maybe we'll have some B-roll of, like, random things. But... your body naturally produces superpowers. Alright. I like the anime edits will help with the views. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I think for superhero, we'd have to do... Oh, they have the text in the front of it. I feel like I have to do My Hero Academia because it's like about superpowers and stuff. For that, I think a kind of mid-battle power-up. Anime power-up scene. The Mob Psycho one would be sick. I think I'll do the Mob Psycho one. Mob Psycho. Because I like that one a lot. What is the best place to get things like this? I don't really know. You can also do Luffy gear too, since that's... Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me find this one, and then I'll... Because I think they all could, like, go different places. Oh! Okay, hold on, wait, okay. Okay. We'll do the Luffy gear 2 scene. I can't find it. Oh, gear 2. Oh. I think I understand how to have to word this. Look it up. The fiber raw blukie. Why didn't it start me at the top? I think like right here. Oh, I scroll past it by accident. I didn't mean to. Yeah, like this part. Oh, that would also be cool. Yeah, no, this one works. We'll do this one. Kiwi putting his One Piece propaganda in my videos. Not that I really have a problem with it, to be fair, because if I did, I wouldn't do it. But I figure I could complain. What video? Thank you for the check-in, Rainer. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful Monday. Thank you for checking in. I've missed you. Push past your limits. Okaroon. You're lucky I haven't added lines about your writer bullying. This is true. This is true. I want Okaroon, E versus EY. Yeah, I'll take this scene because there's a lot of cool like action shots in this. Maybe the one that where is it? this one. Yeah. Anime workout motivation videos could give you inspo to you, but they usually quotes over the anime scene. Yeah, that's the only problem, is I want to be lazy, and I just want the video, but there'll probably be words over it. I have to make my own anime edit, Kiwi. Your body naturally produces superpowers. From watching horror movies to saving lives. Yeah, but I want... Okay, I have an idea. From horror movies. Junji Ito scene. Ew. You know, the meeting? Oh, 1 second. I'll be right back. I want to talk to Pixel. Hey, Pixel is making me do more work, guys. Okay, I'll do it. Send me the info. Pixel's putting me into slave labor.
It's paid.
It's the first of the month, not for another 30 days, man. Also, that reminds me I need to send you rent today. Also, hi, Vex! Fucking bitch. You want to see the new chat mascot me and chat are cooking up? It's called, instead of the milk buds, because buds doesn't really rhyme that well with anything, we're gonna be milk bean. Milk for cow, and then beans for cat, which goes with the cat cow, and gonna be little cubes. They're chat mascots, so you guys can be any flavor you want on the inside, or the outside, on the inside. Why, this isn't final, I was just goofing.
Why beans is
Kiwi said they had to be cubes. Cause, like capybara poop? We keep coming around to capybara poop. Should we make it a circle? Children in sweatshots are also paid. Not enough. But yeah, as I was doing this, I immediately went, I don't want to do shit today. And then I started working on scripts. Okay. Alright. And later today is fine. I gotta get my scripts done first, so.
There's one other image thing, but if you want me to do the image and then we can get it, that is also fine. We don't have
Is it because you want to put the background on the dice gift?
It's the dice gift. We haven't. I don't think we're 100% sold on the background, but it's more so already done some color adjustments on the dark footage.
Yeah, if you give me the image, I can just re-clip it into the video, because it's technically a MOV file that I turn into a GIF.
Yeah. But I thought it was easy for me to do the color grading.
Yeah.
So those are, it's just the dice image, and then just some small changes to those documents, mostly just some swaps and images.
Okie dokie. More slave labor for me. I love you too. This is the superpowers. That's fine. I just gotta get my other work done first.
No, I'm just letting you know that I'm basically any kind of filming, so there's no movie rush.
Okay. 2, 4, 5. Let me see. Guys, I need a repertoire of just anime scenes. And they're all like different formats. It's making me upset. Blood, these grape seeds are so hard to find. Just eat them. Just chew the seeds and eat them. Fuck it, we'll do Naruto. Naruto saving Hinata. Why does it never like link me to the top? No one on my. Oh, you mean in Minecraft? I think I have some. If not, I could give you some if you want. I thought you were eating I thought you were eating grapes in real life. Do I have a bit? Can't you buy them? I think we have the market. I forgot about. Yeah, you can. Do you have a market? I can put one at the milk club. If you want? Because we should have one. I like those a lot. Because sometimes you just need one fucking seed, and it's impossible to find. And specifically, sometimes it's a rice seed, and you spend 3 months of your life looking for one in Minecraft. Instead, we wanna find the seed. What? Why can't I fucking do a thing? I'm trying to find a thing and I can't find the thing. The only thing I can find it is a fucking horizontal thing. That's not even what I want anyway. Fine, whatever. Oh shit, you know what? Who's that one guy that took this one? Ha ha ha! This shit made me cry when I was a kid. Yeah. Sometimes you push you past your limits. You know, the story is about mom lifting cars off their babies. We'll do a mom lifting car baby. Oh, this got a lot more serious. Didn't they do that in car? Incredibles. Incredibles mom. Nope. Elastigirl saving her kids. That was a part where, like, she saved all of her kids. Ooh! That's porn. I can tell by the cover on the thingy. It sucks because it's hard to fucking look stuff up without it being not good because it's Elastigirl, you know? Oh my god! I couldn't figure out why the cell was highlighted, and it's because I still had the final. Oh yeah, no, that's valid. Incredibles. Oh yes, okay, thank you. Crash scene. Oh my god. Okay. And then she like. It's like right after this though, isn't it? Yeah, no, this works. It's the last 10 seconds of it. I think that'll be fine. Thank you, Kiwi. This is so much harder. Saving lives. Or the scene where they're fighting the robot. I'm already downloading this one. Mom instincts. You know, seriously, that's because when your brain gets into fight or flight, it increases the I might go into Canva for this part because I want kind of like, I think a video of a brain doing brain things. It's a fight or flight, it increases the blood flow to your muscles. It likely. Oh shit. Let me see. I want like a thing where it's like the nerve. Like where it's in like an x-ray of like maybe the cells powering up or something. But I don't know what that would be called, so brain. That's not brain. Videos. Do I want this one? It's because when your brain gets a fight or flight. I think this one would be cooler. Yeah. Share, download. Actually, I just saw a good scene in a new anime. Send it to me. It's your brain gets in a firefight that increases the blood flow to your muscles. It's like you get a power up that supercharges your strength. That part, the supercharges your strength. I want the 7 deadly sins. Oh, what's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Escanor. Or he like powers up because of the sun. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Roll for Fun at the first was like fun because it was fun facts, and then when I was still writing it near the end, Kiwi, before you took over, I was kind of getting tired of it. And then now with your writing, I'm getting more excited because I'm like thinking of more fun ways to show off these fun facts that you're giving me, and it's been making it more fun for me. Um, the fuck? This is Brain. What is this one? What is this place? Yes, yes. Yes. Okay, this can work. This can work for like that's because when your brain gets in fight or flight signals, and then we can go to actually this scene I think could just replace the brain instead, probably. So I'll keep both, but I'll name this brain replacement because I'll probably use one instead. I don't know if I want. Is this really the scene that shows most of his like progress into like getting big? God damn this fucking thing, man. It's okay, it's Gal. Yeah, okay. We'll need Escanor edits. I got it from this one. I did an Escanor video once. So I know it existed. But it's not done there. It also improves your reaction time so you can quickly take in situation. Ooh, what anime character? Fast. I think I just do what? This is strength. But it's not done there. It also improves your reaction time so you can quickly take in situations and who's a fast anime character? Killua? Ooh, yeah. Killua. Drax Hunter scene. This is spoilers for me. I don't know what this is. Looks like he gets really cool though. God's notes. I feel like they're splitting apart the flights a lot, which is unfortunate. Or any that have quick thought and time dilation type scenes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But I feel like Killua would be a good change of pace. I really wish the text wasn't below it, but it is what it is. Oh, why does Gon look like that? Why does Gon look like that? Wait, what did that mean? Why did Gon look like that? How do you mean no Epo could work too? I think the Dempsey roll scene specifically. Gon grown? What do you mean Gon grown? Why does he look so sad though? You know what? We gotta do the JoJo scene. We gotta do JoJo Bizarre Adventure. Last punch. We gotta do this one. Yeah, we gotta do this one. Yup. This is actually really fun. Maybe we should do that more often. There's Bizarre Adventure. I've never seen it. I had a friend that really liked it. I wish I got it. Like, she told me the order to watch it in too. Oh, wait. What's like an anime scene where they're like, they realize something? I've only seen parts 1 through 5. Realization. I don't know how. Realization. I haven't seen the newer ones that make sure like, oh my god. What's this one? Like, I'm trying to think of like when like their senses go off and they go, oh, like, and then they're like, I know that you're there. Fucking supernatural senses. Why does it always start me like just at the bottom? Keen senses. Oh my god. Anime characters with keen senses. Yes, wait, I wanna do this one. I wanna do that one. Oh, I wanna do that one. Wait, hold on, I wanna do that one. I watched it in release order and was waiting for part 6 season 2. I haven't seen the anime since. Damn, that's valid. I wanna do that one. Inosuke anime scene. Inosuke's clip for editing. Yes, I like that. I like that. That was good. Hold on. Yo, this is like me making an anime edit without actually having to make an anime edit. Not all the information is helpful though. What character is very empty-headed? Other than me, of course. Where's my phone buzzing? I'll probably watch my anime in the Discord when I don't feel like streaming but want a body double. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. If you want to do that, yeah, I'm down for that. Sorry I didn't hang out this weekend. I was just so dead. Distracted anime character. I think you could do any of those anime confused gags. That's what I'm thinking too. No, that's what a character scene. Oh, we could do like let's do like Mau Mau. Distracted anime anime scene. Because she gets distracted by a lot of things. I do kind of like that scene, the scene right here where she's like, she looks over and she grabs. Not on the appreciation is helpful though. Even distractions are general for you to block your pain. Mau Mau being Mau Mau for 6 minutes. Oh yeah, because she gets distracted by the plants and stuff. I love Mau Mau. Yeah, we could do this. I have to remember to label stuff. If I forget to label stuff, this is the... what is not in there and improves your reaction. I don't know if I'll keep this one, but this is fast punches. This one is reaction time. This is distractions. Nobody you block your pain. This is because very dangerous fight scene. I like the use of rotoscoping in Demon Slayer, where their backgrounds are often 3D. I think I want that clip. I want that clip. Download a video. Block your pain. Let me block your pain. This is just more importantly to decide to deal with scratches and bumps. This is because in dangerous situation, it's more important to survive than deal with scratches or bumps. So this is going to be dangerous. This is 23 seconds. We should grab one more in case. Anime scene. Bandaged up. And bandaged up. Let me see. Oh, we could do another anime fight scene, to be honest. Guy Sensei post 8 gate. Oh, that would be good. Him hitting him, but also getting his leg broken would be good. Yeah. Start function. Generally easy to use as the best medicine. The Don nurse. Okay, I go eat. How good eat on the way? Gunnar bait, exactly. Isn't there like another scene? Not just that one. I guess we haven't really gone into the arc with the nurse though. I think that's fine. We'll just... What other nurses are there in... You anime guys with giant needles? Oh! Wait, the nurse from, Cells at Work. She's not exactly a nurse. She's one of the blood cells. Not the white, the other one. Is this her? No. This one. That lady. This one. That one. That one. I don't know what her name is. I need to label this. This is push past her to the microphage. Yeah, that one. The macrophage. 2 seconds. Oh, okay. Oh, she's only a bit more murderous than I was planning for her to be. I just kind of wanted a happy but threatening nurse. Happy nurse. Okay. Anime scene nurse with big needles. Okay, that's a bad idea. Okay. Let me see this one. Oh, yes. DBZ Chi nurse. What the fuck was it called? I can't time, like, there's no, like, UI to, like, scroll through this. Goku overcomes his biggest fear. DBZ. Oops. Yeah, this is the one that you sent me. Oh, there we go. Now I can fucking scroll through it. How would I don't know how to look up this clip. Goku Big Needle Chi scene. So I want the, like, horizontal version. Having a vertical is, like, hard to edit. I guess it'll be fine. VHA. Nurse from VHA. Scary nurses, nurse anime characters from anime. I need to blow my screen just in case. Scary nurse anime, the death nurse from Ghost Stories. Let's try that one. Ooh. Anime. Wait, what? Oh. Anime character that is nurse that is spooky. Maybe that one? I don't know. Oh, ooh. This one looks cool. Is it arguably Eliza King scene? They can't just give me a really cool image and then not give me the scene of the anime, man. As a devoted wife of nurse Joanne Faust, Eliza was also as our husband. Searching. It really doesn't want to give me the other ones, huh? Anime scene with big needle joke. YouTube is awful. YouTube is awful. Goku needle scenes. I was trying to find Nurse Joy clips and all. Yeah, that's what I'm like trying to be careful about it, but Dawn the Dawn. Because I thought there was like a scene where it shows the nurse like normal. But also don't look any combo that has anime or gag. Got it. Spooky nurses. Oh my god, why didn't I think of this? Dr. Stein, from Soul Eater. Because he's technically the school's nurse. I love Dr. Stein, he was my favorite character. Go, go, right. Go, stupid. On sides an A plus student. Up, down, right now. I think I might have to do the introductory scene, which is this one. I just kind of want him like smiling. Oh, that's so cute, Kiwi. That was cute. I like that one a lot. What's this one? Oh, stupid. Not like an A plus student. Up, down, right now. Dude, this is none of these ones are working. School nurse in anime. Okay, I'm just gonna have to look it up through a wiki and then we'll go from there. What the fuck? Who is this? Oh, that doesn't count. Fortunately, nurse is one of the big. I know, and it's making me. It's like the first time in my life where like it's making me upset. I guess we'll get that in the next season. I have to close tabs because I'm getting lost. There's characters. What about this one? You kissed me too long. Maybe we should try a general healing approach. Yeah, okay. I mean, like, I just wanted like adrenaline is even used as medicine, and then I wanted like a kind of like a threatening anime character, but like threatening to take care of you, kind of thing. Healing. Turning smile. Let me see. You know, like, I'm gonna take care of you, but you gotta be good, you know? I don't know what it's called when that happens, though. Anime scene. Take good care of them. Else? Okay, hold on. Yeah, you could do an anime bear like Izumi from yeah. Thank you. Scene. Mama bear. Oh, ooh. Wait, can I look up Mama Bear scenes in anime? There's also Dawn direction, like Dawn to Dawn. Yeah, I'm thinking like I kind of just surrender and I do the Dawn to Dawn nurse one. Cause like I was hoping that like also oh this is Can You Remember the Rain? Oh wait, I want to listen to that song. Can you remember the rain? But yeah, we'll just do the school nurse at this point because I can't find the vibe that I want, so we'll just go with it. I don't want to spend too long on it. Adrenaline is the best use of because its ability to increase your blood pressure. Oh, we should do one where it's like anime scene health regen, like a regeneration one. Best medics. I hope this makes sense to me tomorrow. I think it will. Maybe not. Because of its ability to increase your blood pressure, it's because of its ability to increase your blood pressure, it's an EpiPen to help you relax. There wouldn't be an EpiPen scene, would there? In an anime? Oh, Modest Heroes would be a good one, though. Wait, I think Mao Mao makes that kind of face you're thinking of. Oh, she does, doesn't she? Oh, she does. Wait. Yeah, we can do another one. Okay, I just want to make sure the anime clips aren't like back to back. Now, happy but threat. Yes. Wait, is it in Mao Mao being Mao Mao? There could be a scene in here when she's like Mao is like. Because otherwise, it would be when she finds out that maybe that Sorere killed. Oh. Okay, keep it. Okay, let me do this one. This one's a little bit too serious. I'm in like happy but threatening animations. Like when they're smiling but they have a knife kind of thing. Enemy characters. smiling with me. No. Like, tee-hee? Tee-hee murder? Maybe a poison taste test? Yeah, but that one might be a little too seductive, maybe. Oh! We could use it to increase blood pressure, though. Ooh! Alright, we'll do it to the now taste poison. See. We'll do it for the increases your blood pressure. Yeah, we'll do this scene for the blood pressure one. And then anime relaxation scene. Momo. Mango Spa. So at the end of the... Nope, okay. Okay, so this will be blood pressure. It's gonna be easier. Done. Oh! Maybe I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna download. I need to keep like a repertoire. I'll just download this one in case. Because that one's also a little too scary for my episodes. Little too scary for the thought I was having. Let's see season 2. I think. Dawn Spa. I don't want the one where the serpent one. I want the one the season 2 episode 14 or whatever, the latest episode. Was it 20? Oh, it was 21. It was 21. It was Oh, I want to go to the one where they go to the spa. They go to the spa. Okay, hold on. Actually, let's do this. Alright, stop. Woman. Brother goat of scaring anime carrying. Oh, okay. I'll get it in a second. I want to see if this works. Okay, let's see if that works. It did work. Yes, like this kind of face, but like obviously they're gonna murder you. Yes! Yes, Kiwi, yes! Download. Good job, Kiwi. Recording. Relaxation. Best medicine to Pog. Anime. Remember, don't. I think. I think I'll. What should the ending? Just don't become. Because I'd zoom in on myself and just be like, just don't become an adrenaline. Like, I don't want to see an. Here's a medical scene. I think I would want like them just things. I like this one a lot, so this one's good. Funniest videos. I just want like a clip. Let me do this one. We caught it. Oof. Took a little bit longer than I thought it would because we went through so much video finding, but I think that's okay because it's kind of fun. Jericho going down. And then outro. Alright, we did it. We did it. This one, edit labels. Script has already been written. No, yeah, that's correct. This one, this one, this one. Change cover, upload cover image. This one. I already did that in here. Cool. Save. Cool. We did it. Good job, team. Good job, team. Alright, y'all take a break. I'll get the stuff for the next. Is this the... That sounds really good. Gojo, when he does the Alone, I Am Honored one, would be a great adrenaline junkie scene. Huh? What scene is that? I never got to finish that. I'll download it in case I don't want to do the zoom. But the only problem with this one is that if I zoom in on my VTuber, no one's gonna really be able to see this scene. But we're gonna grab it just in case. Just in case I end up changing my mind. Because I could. I always end up changing my mind. Okie dokie. Roll for fun. I'm going to wonder why. Go bathroom. I'll go bathroom after I do this one. Did 1.5. You could use your nervous toggle too. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like because if I zoom in and then use like my nervous toggle, I feel like that could be pretty good. Get a little bit more expression in that bitch. Get hurt again. That PS. A PS? All these tears. Alright, I'll go bathroom after I save this. Alright, I'll be right back. Don't forget to get up and stretch yourselves. Get yourselves a break if you need it. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry, I took a second. I was talking to Pixels about like the whole Doom thing and how like, oh my god, hi Shy. Oh my god, I'm so sorry I wasn't here. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Hi. Hi. Sorry about that. I was talking to Pixels about like how we could maybe like circumvent the problem that I was having with Doom, and I have multiple ideas. So, yeah, I can nibble on it. But yeah, so I might test that. I don't think I want to play today just because I'm too dead mentally to play anything other than Minecraft. But we will at least test it, I think is my plan. All for fun episode. I just realized the caption that Kiwi put. All for fun. Fish. Hi, Sophie! Okay, so tuna hakes underwater. Fuck, wrong button. Oh, I can give it back to you. Hold on. Oh man, this is what I get for forgetting to clear these. Complete all. There you go. Wizard. I find it interesting that it keeps. I'm going to Hogwarts. You're a wizard, Shuppy. I'm finding it interesting that it's duplicating them though. I have to check it. It's fine. I'll check it later. Swim around as a fish, do tricks in the air. You're a fish, you do tricks. That's the whole game. Swim around as a fish and do tricks in the air. Yep. That's all there is to it. You're a fish, you do tricks. That's the whole game. What does a game this spectacular need explaining that? Currently out on Steam for the steal of 3 buckaroos who can become the next tuna hake. Are you sure it's not supposed to be Hawk? Like Tony Hawk, tuna hake, tuna. Oh, maybe not. Oh wait, it only has 6. I can't review it as 69 reviews. Swim around as a fish and do tricks in the air. Yep, that's all there is to it. You're a fish, you do tricks. That's the whole game. But does a game this spectacular need more explaining than that? Apparently, I don't see him for the steal of 3 buckaroos. You two can become the next tuna hake. With 16 types of unlockable fish. Salmon salt, barracuda roll. Okay, I have to write this. Salmon salt. What was it? I forgot it already. Salmon. Barracuda salmons. Barracuda roll. move your way to fame. Okay. Oh, read it. It's 16 unlockable fish variants. Variants. Rate of fame. I might have to grab my own footage from playing this game. Which is fine. This game. Want to join the Shadow Wizard Money Gang? And Jen convinced me to play this game, and I genuinely adored it. All the different maps. Silly challenges. Land lovers. Little under the water fun. Check out. Underwater today. Is realistic physics. I had a funny thought, adding a discrete packaging option for regular. What? For what? For what? For like, as like a did you know fact? Because that would be fun. Also, can you review? Woo woo it, please? Little baby Elaine has finished it. There were some that you guys sent me this week that I want to have. There's also some from Happy Talk that I've been saving. You know, the option for yeah. All these balloon animals. I want to talk about balloon animals. Ah, yes, the street item for my toothpaste. Yes, my toothpaste. Aha. Want me to do the caption? Yeah, if you wanna. You don't have to, though. You've been working a lot, so you don't have to if you don't want to. I was just gonna get the footage really quick for this. I think we did the pug. This one's good. Bob Blazer, well, today is the beginning of a whole month of September's Halloween Eve. Yes! Don't you love it? How's it going, Bob? Hope you're having a good day. I want that one. So we got our gamer TV. And then I want to do this one because I like this one. Because I think I know the intro for that one. And then I just gotta pick one. So we did a dog, a hamster. It's also the birthday one. Happy birthday! Yeah, I want to talk about this one. Ah! Looks good. I just need you to promise to pronounce hake correctly. It's hake, right? It's hake. Right? It's hake? It's hake? Is it hake? Am I right saying hake? Yes? Okay. Then yes, I promise to say it right. Also, I have to edit the vibe and shine. The vibe and shine thing because I made the words too low. So this and this and this. I'll need to scoot up just a little bit. You can scoot. I forgot what the safety frame is. Oh, I think it's. Wait, what am I thinking? I think I'm thinking stupid. I think my brain is being stupid. I guessed! Forehead kisses! Yay! Yes. So it was in the middle. Okay, hold on. That's what I thought. So it's like right here. So I can get a little bit smaller and then go here. Okay. Cool. Take a picture of the hamster. Dog. Okay. Oh, I forgot to copy the last one. Mackie cheese. Hi, Thino! Yeah, Mackie cheese. Wow, the song is back in the loop. What's wrong with this song? Sort by day. But yeah, Mackie cheese make me happy, and I like that they presented it so they have bagel bites. No, pizza bites? I think that makes it extra fancy, so I wanted to include that in the video. Also, where could I possibly send the... Oh my god! You can send it to me anywhere! You can literally add me maincoow on Discord if you want. If you want. You can send it to me on Discord if you want. I'm maincoow on Discord if you want. But you don't have to, of course. But if you want, you can also send it to my, like, Twitter and Blue Sky. It doesn't really matter. I gotta... Can I put it in my background? Hold on. I'm not going to BRB because I'm gonna be right back. BRB to show you. Oh shit. In the background. Oh shit. Hold on. So much shit in the way. In the background, I have like all my fan art. Is it okay if I put it in there? Are you okay if I do that? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so cute, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh, I have to turn off streamer mode. I want to make this my profile picture. Hold on. Use your profile. Change avatar. Ooh. Ooh. I'm so cute. Thank you, Zeno. Thank you. Sorry to derail. You're totally fine. Derail me anytime. Derail me literally whenever. Called it. I told you, Zeno. Yeah. I love art. I love art. Art makes me so happy. Did I download it? Ayo. 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 Thank you, thank you, thank you. I forgot something. What did I forget? I forgot something. What did I forget? Oh well. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm honored to have art from you. I will add it to my milk club. Means a lot. Thank you. Len, you need to make an over your head emote. What does that mean? How do you make the spiffy potion thing? Follow your cursor. It's from Sanvo. Oh my god, I love this thing. So I have one that I've made myself, which is wrong thing. This one? I made this one. And it's a mouse cursor. If you want that one, I can send it to you. But this This one is made by the wonderful Sanvo. It's only $14. It's really cute. But you can change colors. You can make it green. You can make it green like you if you want. And they have like different charms and stuff. But I want to make my chonky arm holding a purple crayon. Honestly, if you don't want to mess with the rigging of it all, but you have, because it's a live, for me, it's live 2D. I'm using live 2D to make this happen. And if you're willing or have live 2D, because that's how I do mine. There's also the VTuber arm one. Squisho mode, you got Cat 1 second. I can't remember what it's called. Tuber, pen I forget what it's called. It's like a new one that everybody likes. But if you're okay with using live 2D, I could rig it for you. It's super easy. Thank you. Yeah, I'd be happy. Oh, also look, Sino drew me. It's my new Discord profile picture. Isn't it pretty? I'm pretty. I'm so pretty. Goodbye. Yeah, so, I could rig it up for you if you wanted. Trying to think if there's enough. I figured I just use a PNG, but I need to look up how to connect it to the cursor to show up. Yeah, Brown Kid, thank you. So all you have to do is, there are settings, instead of, like, for example, look, in Live 2D, instead of connecting it to look left and right, you just connect it to mouse, X and Y instead, and then it just follows your cursor instead. But I'd be happy to send you what I have if you want. Where'd I put it? It's in my items. Yeah, so if you want to dissect mine, like, you can. I think Sanbo also. If you want probably a way more professional one, I think Sanbo has, like, Jester hat, live 2D make. I don't. Maybe they don't. I thought they had like a. Maybe it's on Ko-fi. They had like a a pen study file that how to do it, because unlike mine, there's actually turns left and right, which is, I think, really cool, and it clicks. So when I click on, well, usually when I click on stuff, it clicks on stuff. But yeah, I can send you the one I made. I think this is the one. Yep, this has all of them. Okay. Yeah, if you want, you can have this. I've been meaning to just have this. I've been meaning to just post it somewhere and put it on, like, my Ko-fi or something, so people just download it. I don't want to have to explain how to use it, because it's a little confusing. But the only confusing part is, like, when you have the mouse for mine, you have to do, like, Control-Alt-1 or something to show up the little frame and stuff. It's not that hard. It's really not that hard. But yeah, if you need any help with it, just let me know and I'd be happy to help. Because I think it's a fun way to keep chat's attention, or to kind of show them what you're doing, without taking away too much from you doing what you have to do. Be okay. Yeah. I can also probably look into it, because I understand that you use a PNG-tuber, if there's, like, another program that could do it. The only other idea I have towards doing it, if you didn't want to use live 2D, is sorry, it scared me. Is what do you call it? Changing your mouse. You know how people can have, like, custom mice and have them as, like, little GIFs and stuff? You could do that, and then in your screen record. And when you share your screen, you can just show it. I got lazy and did a parody for the caption. Thank you. You didn't have to, but thank you. It's probably OBS plugin I can find in for it. Probably. Like a custom mouse. I could see that. But yeah, if you need any help, just let me know. If you literally want me to rig you anything, let me know. I'll do it for free. Because I think you're really cool. And also, I need a better portfolio. Okay, well, what's the caption? I have no legs, I'm a shred. Fuck yeah. Nah, dude. I mean, I just do little guys, you know? I rig BLT. And if you don't know BLT move, BLT show. Thank you so much. Of course, look, it's this little guy. What the fuck? What did you do to this pretzel? God damn. I'm having a feast out there, dog. Pixel just gave me a cheese dip covered pretzel. I don't know, goddamn. Bye. It's not free, it's a friendly trade, yeah. Yeah, if you want to do an art trade, like, on God, I got you. Did I save this yet? No, I didn't, because I didn't change the date. Sept. 1. Sept. 7. There we go. Yeah, I always love art trades. On God. 36. Save. 36. Yay! Browse. Have a burrito. Have a burrito. I just made burritos last night and I didn't finish my snack. I have it for a snack now. Well, it's not really a snack, bro. The size is the thing that's like bigger than my fist. This is my lunch. I eat lunch late technically. Alright. They see me cruising. They hating. Just kidding. Of this little hamster. I'm sure plenty of I need to be I'm lurking. No problem. Thank you for the lurk. Love you. I'm sure plenty of the friends feel they get to be a passenger. Them sis, them sis was bad princess. You can change it. You can change it. Pick up snacks. Penny on your journey. Was this on a cruise? It probably wasn't. This is how well it's said. Sorry. Prepared journeys determined as well. Let's get motivated by this pupper. They never take their eyes off the prize. And clearly have their priorities straight. Refuel. It's like this. Take it with their fancy mac and cheese. Name of medieval goblet. It's a goblet. They even garnished this what's it called when a food is like a specialty? You know, that's a blank in some places. What the fuck is it called? Oh. What is it called when a dish is special somewhere else? Hi, Momo! Specialty like gourmet? Kind of, but it's like... Oh, what's the word for it? It's like... Maybe it is gourmet? Hello! Forte? No, it's like... Like, it would be... It's like... Instead of the word treat, it's like... Hey, man, I know you don't like crickets, but in, X place, they would be a real treat. Like, instead of the word treat, there's like a fancy word people use instead of like treat. Delicacy, thank you! Even garnish this divine delicacy with, thank you, Sino, lifesaver. They even garnish this divine delicacy with dino nuggies and pizza. Is it a pizza bagel or a pizza bite? I think it's a pizza bagel. Pizza bagel. Pizza bagels? Pizza bagels. Frozen. Yeah, it's a pizza bagel. Pizza bites? Bagel bites. Bagel bites? Oh, it's bagel bites. Oh, okay. With a pizza bagel bite with dino nuggies and a pizza bagel bite. A true feast for a king. Okay. Oh, it's hard. It's hard out here for a little guy like me to know what the words are supposed to mean. Okay, but I think we got it. Be sure to... Weekends are whenever you get a chance. What is it called? The Hero's Journey? Hero's Journey? The hero's journey, also known as a monomyth, is the common template for stories that involve a hero going on an adventure. Yeah! A hero's journey can take all shapes and sizes. And in form of TikToks that are videos, clips I want to share with you. Hog. Okay, Gooey. If he's good to go, we can read him up. Your name is not Kiwi. Okay, thank you. My Google Home went off, and I was like, what the fuck? Okay. Roll for fun is scripted. Vibe and shine is scripted. Change cover. Upload cover image. This one. Edit labels. This one's subtitle. Script has been written. I just need to record all these scripts now. And then we can go use some art. Some art. I don't know if I want to test that now. I might. Music subtitles. Get back. Upload. Alrighty. I didn't edit the label for this. Subtitles music. Save. Yep, we're good on those. I just need to record those now. Which, while Kiwi's doing the other one, I can go record these. Yeah. Let's go back to normal model. And then we're just gonna clear off everything. Because we have hotkeys to bring them back. Ain't that lovely? Vacation. Yeah. Alright. Big stretch. Okay. I wonder, I'm curious about something. What if I turn this off and then, oh, goodbye? And then you only see me through here. Is this like less of a distraction, maybe? Regular. Nope. Recording. Big cow position recording. There you go. This one. Okay. If you highlight, we will stay normal for, I think, is my plan. Oh, but now you can see me. Just fixed a little spelling error, otherwise looks good. You made it really fun and flow well this week. Thank you! I'm learning from a professional. Okay. Oh, I'm not. I can scroll down. Forgot to scroll down. I want to try to give myself more expression, so I'm going to put my editing thing in front of me. And then I have to, like, practice, so... Okay. Hi, Jayler! Hello! How are you? We're back at Costco this week to pick up another phone. I'm gonna say hi. Wow, okay. Yeah, okay. We should read it by every sentence. I've learned. Okay, so, yeah, okay. I'm ready. I'm ready. Also, let me bring my mic closer to myself so it doesn't sound so tinny. That's not what I wanted to click. This one. Okay. We're back at Costco this week to pick up another 6-pound tub of my favorite Nutella spread. I can't say that. We're back at Costco this week to pick up another 6-pound tub of my favorite hazelnut spread. While we're at the store, let's say hi to Starpy. While we're here, let's say hi to Starpy. While we're here, let's say hi to Starpy, another talented artist who co-owns the Goofy Liminal store. While we're here, let's say hi to Starpy, another talented... Oh, no, I missed it. While we're here, let's say hi to Starpy, another talented artist who While we're here, let's say hi to Starpy, another talented artist who co-owns the Another talented artist who... Oh, wait, no. While we're here, let's say hi to Starpy, another talented artist who co-owns the Goofy Liminal Superstore. Just like her wife, Starpy has worked with some of the biggest names in cosplay and internet content. I absolutely love their animations and chibis, but the models they've designed make me screech like a little kitten in excitement. I absolutely love their animation chibis, but their model design... I absolutely love their animations and chibis, but the models they've designed make me screech like a little kitten in excitement. She has such a fun and whimsical style that let you know how much she loves what she does. If you get FOMO trying to stay up to date with constant content and catching lives, don't worry. Whether you stick around for the coloring or want something fun while you train your horse girls, Starpy keeps things chill with her art and chatting sessions so you can focus on chilling whenever... Starpy keeps things chill with her art and chatting so you can focus on chilling whenever you catch those live... Starpy keeps things chill with her art and chatting sessions so you can focus on chilling whenever you catch those go-like notifications. Join the crew so you can keep up to date with all of her amazing art by following her socials. I almost clicked stop streaming. I almost went to the other OBS and clicked stop streaming. I kind of treat punctuation like line breaks for scripts. Yeah, that's what I try to do as well. But I also sometimes prioritize trying to content? Fuck, okay, hold on, let me fix it. Oh yeah, okay. If you get FOMO from staying up to date with constant content and catching lives, don't worry. Whether you stick around for the coloring or want something fun while you train your horse girls, Starpy keeps things chill with their art and chatting sessions. Starpy keeps things chill with their art and chatting sessions so you can focus on chilling whenever you catch those going live notifications. Thanks for making me re-record that, Kiwi. Because I know I said going live notifications weird as well. And I was like, eh. But I was already there doing it, so where is it? Video segments. These ones. This one. You're welcome. Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you, Big Rubber. Big Rubber. Don't mind these. I'm just gonna put those away. Don't mind them. Look at things. We highlight template. It'll probably be 4 to 5 minutes. I will do my best. And to be fair, Kiwi, I hope it's okay with you, but I might take more time to make the YouTube script or to edit the YouTube video just because it's longer. And from the emergency commission that you know about that I did, I want to give it more of that breathing space to have really good edits. Because, like, as I was editing that one, while yes, I only had, like, 30 hours to do it, I feel like I could have done it better. Like, there's a lot of, like, small nuances. To keep someone's attention for that long, then I kind of want to try. That's why I was thinking no more than one a week, yeah. So for this first month, we'll just do, like, I think for now, just so I don't get too scared of doing it and then pushing it off, we'll just do one this month. So that way I can not be too stressed, and if I get it done sooner, fuck yeah. If I don't, I won't kill myself over it. And then, as I get used to it, we'll go into one a week, I think. We're back at Costa this week. I forgot that I put this on my speakers because I didn't want to wear my headset this weekend. Okay. Oh, there you go. And then me talk For some reason, my mic is just quiet. That's okay. That's why I was thinking no more. Oh, I already read that. I'm sorry. I feel so unprofessional when I do that. Fair enough. It's my first long script too, so I want to make sure you're happy with it too. I mean, I would be very surprised, to be honest, QB, if I wasn't happy with it. It's just the thing where, like, long form content is scary. Like, it's like, in my opinion, it's higher risk, higher reward a lot of time. Like, you put more time into it, but at the same time, if it could flop just like a TikTok would. And so it's kind of like, I did it. I did this part multiple times. Okay, let me just... Maybe. If you need, I can make a doc version so it'd be easier to read and we can use... Yeah. That would be great. I didn't move my mouth enough for this. I think that's okay. I think it's fine. Oops. I did say content. Alright, I'm just gonna scoot this over so I can get the second section in here, which I re-recorded. Oops. Here we go. And then this part, and then... Yeah, that's so much better. And then the next sentence after that is join the crew. Ah, I gotta redo that one. I don't like it. Join the crew so you can keep up to date with all of her... Join the crew to so... Join the crew so you can keep up to date with all of her amazing art by... Join the crew so you can keep up to date with all of her amazing art by following her socials. Okay, that one wasn't as bad. I want to edit one thing with my model. I realize might be a me thing. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. I might be actually in here. Tongue out, mouth open. Jaw open, this one. Jaw open. Ah. 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 I think that's better. I think there was a part where it was like not moving my jaw correctly a little bit, and I think it's because my mouth doesn't go all the way to 1, it goes to 0.96. There's one to fix that for in the next video. Clips. No, I lagged! Fuck. Join the crew so you can keep up to date with all of her amazing art and join the crew so you can keep up to date with all of her amazing art by following her socials. Hopefully that one is okay. I don't know why my computer is lagging right now. I can't move as much in that one. God damn it. Oh, lost 2, delete. Join the crew so you can stay up to date with all of her amazing art by following her socials. I feel like a floundering fish when I have to like do extra movement to hopefully compensate for lag. Okay, I also think I have to up my key light because my mouse tracking is a little poop. It's a little poo-poo. There we go. Save. We'll see. Alt-P, apply. Okay, save. I know my hand gets cropped out, but I think that's gonna be okay. Let me also change this. Thank you for the head pipe, Shadow. Hope you're having a good Monday. Hi. I'm gonna sip a tea and a little snack now. Ooh. Ooh, what kind of snack? Is it a human leg? Because that's what that emoji is signifying. Okay, I need to turn up and blind myself. So that way this is better. And then let's do V stars at this one. Avocado flavored chip. Oh, that sounds really good. Delicious. I am, and I'll have a good rest of the week as well. Fuck yeah. Do you have a break or something? Are you off to workies? Also, I have a feeling base left -30. There we go. I was like drifting a little bit, I think. There you go. I took off until fuck yeah, now you can relax, play video games, hang out with me. Smile? Meet Twitch's favorite community manager, Glasses. This Pokemon trainer has spent years cultivating a cozy garden that's not only the perfect place to lurk, but does so much to support several communities. I'd love to visit so I can pet her fluffy Mareep. It's a Mareep. I said Moorcat. I wish I could. Oh, can you not relax? You have plans, Shadow? I'd love to visit so I can pet her fluffy Marie. Whenever Glasses isn't visiting other streams or cracking jokes at their boss, you can find them playing a variety of cozy games. Come chill in her handcrafted space specifically meant for anyone who wants to have a chat or lurk while getting... Come chill in her handcrafted space specifically meant for anyone who wants to have a chat or lurk while the vibes heal your soul. Come and chill in her handcrafted space specifically meant for anyone who wants to have a chat or lurk while getting the while letting the vibes heal your soul. If only I had her stream while I was going crazy over my work. Ooh. If only I had her streams while I was going crazy over my work. Can't get enough of the cozy vibes and want to bring some of it home? Check out the socials for... hold on, wait. Okay. Can't get enough of those cozy vibes and want to bring some of it home? Check out the socials for Bill V and Artist V for more model... Check out the socials for Bill V and Artist V for more model and PNG art. I think that was pretty good. I'm going down to Florida for a softball tournament. Are you in the softball tournament? I got ramen. What kinds of ramen? It sounds good though. What kinds of ramen do you have? Notice how I get quiet when there's no one else around. I'm playing it, yes? Oh, I didn't know you did softball. What the fuck? That's cool. I hope you win. I hope you win. Hello, Pixels. Happy day, happy day. Welcome on in. Say, oh, the burning pain. It's a seafood broth with some dried burdock. Ooh, and dried vegetable mix. That sounds good. What brand is it? Is it a popular brand? Is it your favorite brand? Or is it just a brand that you bought and you were like, yeah, this shit's good? I drop an egg in there unceremoniously. I've never dropped eggs into my, like, ramen and stuff. Or, like, soup. I think my mom does that when she, like, makes, like, certain ramens and soups and stuff. But I've never done that personally. But it looks really good. I'm quiet again. I'm gonna scream. Do you know Neoguri? That sounds familiar? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Is it your favorite? Oh, let's do it this way. Not sure yet, valid. I want to do this one. Ooh, no I don't, because it cuts up. Going in the video. I don't. It's already done. If it looks good, you know, we'll keep it. If not, I'll re-record it again. Everything okay? Yeah. No, I'm great. This is I am normally. Throne PC fun. Wait, what? Is something dying? Is something dying? Are we dying? Is something happening? No! Please tell me my PC's fine. Please. We're back. What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? On my side, everything said it was okay. What's happening? No! What happened? Please, no. Please. I was literally just talking to... You're good? It was just... Oh, thank God. Okay, thank God. Because I was literally talking about Pixels, how the next upgrade I want to do is for my microphone. I wanna upgrade my microphone. I wanna get the Elgato one. I wanna get the Elgato one. The new one, hold on, let me scoop my boot. Why can't I scoop? Alright, let me scoop. Alright. I want this one. God damn it. No, give the Wave DX. I want this one. They have a Doom one, but it looks kind of silly. But I'd get this one. I want a new mic. And then Pixels was like, yeah, if we get you an XLR mic, then splitting audio to my second PC would be a lot easier. So the next upgrade I have to do to my setup is to get this XLR mic, and then I can go and get a second PC, which I have. I took that off my throne. But, like, if anyone wants to help me get a better microphone so we can have a step towards better PC. Those are fancy stuffs, yeah. Because unfortunately, I have a really good graphics card, but unfortunately, we're capping that baby out right now. I have a 3080 Ti, so it's not the newest, but it's not the worst, but we are capping that baby out. So, the only other thing I can do is get we could do, like, a mini PC, though. Because I was thinking of doing a mini PC instead of a whole-ass PC, because they're a lot cheaper. Like, instead of, like, a $200 microphone, we could get a $200 secondary PC. And we'd be fine. Ew, that one's $2,000? Hear me out. Hearing you out. Mini PC. Mini PCs. Mini PC. I don't have enough desk space for a whole ass other PC, though. This one's cool. Anywho, I'm sorry that the universe don't crash my stuff, okay? We're lucky it was Twitch this time, but I don't want my stuff to die. If I'm not poor in 3 months, I will get a new PC and we can use the parts from mine to make you one on stream. One to stream with. Yay! Yay! I don't have room though. I can make room. That'd be cool though. No, but you wanted to make a server thing with your extra PC though. I don't want to do that. You wanted to do a thingy with your PC. What did I do? What am I doing? I forgot what I was doing. My ears like a kid. That's not. Nope. That's not. That's not. Oh yeah, okay, that's what I did. Meh, okay. That's fine. It's not like we can't repurpose it again if I get my own computer. If I get my own second PC. I want this one. Oh man, I also broke up. I wonder, okay, hold on. Why is my computer, like, being crazy right now, though? Because we actually don't have that much open on the computer, so I'm actually curious why my computer's graphics card is deciding that it wants to die. I'm presuming that maybe it's because of DaVinci, but time is half. It's actually not that bad. So it might be a connection error between the iPhone and the tracking, which is fine. That just means I gotta re-record it. That just means I have to re-record it. Can't get enough of those cozy vibes and want to bring some of it home? Check out the socials for Oblivy and ArtsyV for more model art and PNG art. I'm such a airhead, no space in my mind. I'm making intentions, I can't make it right. I'm just gonna replace this clip really quick, cause it's this clip is much longer than, or this nameplate is much longer than ones I normally have. Song is low-key you, yeah, it is. My roommate sent it to me. That's how I know what this song is. It's because my roommate sent it to me. Clip on operations replace. This one. Clip replace. I know what's wrong with this clip. Not that one, this one. Add track. Space in my spine. Track. And clips. Okay, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna fix that in the template file because I don't know why that is happening. Because the clip says it's fine right there, but it doesn't want to work. Then gotta be so god dang difficult. Go up. Oh, I forgot to do that with the other one. Oh no! Plug hole. Getting the plug out of the goddamn plug hole. Everybody in the world. Everything figured out. Except for you. Say, you can't even know how to neatly fold. Like mold. Alright, recorded. Let's do... Did you know next? Save. God dang difficult. This one, what number is this? 14. 144, yes. Okay, well. Fix that later. Mute this. Put this here. We're gonna go do this. Okie dokie. Your body naturally produces superpowers? Your body naturally... Your body naturally produces superpowers? From watching horror movies to saving lives, this powerful hormone is capable of making you push past your limits. You know the stories about moms lifting cars off their babies? That's because when your brain gets fight or flight signals, it increases blood flow to your muscles. It's like when you get a power-up. It's like you get a power-up that supercharges your strength. But it's not done there. It also improves your reaction time so you can quickly take in the situation and immediately make decisions. Not all that information is helpful though. So to get rid of distractions, adrenaline will tell your brain to block your pain. This is because in dangerous situations, So to get rid of distractions, adrenaline will tell your brain to block your pain. This is because in a dangerous situation, it's more important to survive than to deal with scratches and bumps. Adrenaline is even used as medicine. Because of its ability to increase blood pressure, it's in EpiPens to help relax your muscles and make it easier. Because of its ability to increase your blood pressure, it's in EpiPens to help relax your muscles and make it easier to breathe after an allergy attack. Just don't become an adrenaline junkie. I don't want to see any of you end up on a fail compilation from trying to get a rush. You being mean to that fish. And my OBS seems to have broken, so I'm gonna have to record a bunch of that again. God damn it. That's okay. I don't want to crash it because I don't want to have to reopen all this. There we go. Let's see how much it kept. Did you know? Kiwi, what do you think of the new intro? Unless you're busy, then ignore me, but I was wondering what you thought of the new intro. Because it's technically different than what we had before. What's this one? Five. What do you think of the new Did You Know intro? This part, the Did You Know? Man, it kept lagging. I'm just gonna reroll it. Your body naturally produces superpowers? From watching horror movies to saving lives, this powerful hormone is capable of making you push past your limit. You know the stories about moms? You know the stories about moms lifting cars off their babies? That's because your brain gets fight or flight signals. That's because when your brain gets fight or flight signals, it increases blood flow to your muscles. Have you posted the new one? I couldn't hear it. I think so? I'll check. It's like you get superpowers that supercharges your strength. But it's not done there. It also improves your reaction time so you can quickly take in the situation and immediately make decisions. Not all that information is important though. So to get rid of distractions, adrenaline will tell your brain to block your pain. This is because in dangerous situations, it's more important to survive than to deal with scratches and bumps. Adrenaline is even used in medicine. Because of its ability to increase your blood pressure, it's in EpiPens to help you relax your muscles and make it easier to breathe after an allergy attack. Just don't. Where is it? Just don't become an adrenaline junkie. I don't want to see. Just don't become an adrenaline junkie, okay? I don't want to see any of you end up on a fail compilation from trying to get a rush. Is this a brand? What brand? Brand what? Oh, yeah, we're making TikToks. We're making my TikToks that I post on TikTok every day. Well, most days. Tuesday to Saturday, really. Yeah, if it's Fall Facts one, I like it. It has fun. I like the jiggle. Let me check. I think it is. I think Fall Facts had the new one. Yeah, it's also faster. I think it's faster than the old intro. You only posted TikToks about VTubers? Nope. Those are the ones that get the most views. But no, I post about video. It's a lot VTubers. Oh, thank you, Cole. I post how it's supposed to go is I post let's start with Monday. Monday I post meme. Tuesday I post about VTuber artists. Wednesday I post about fun facts. Thursday I post about VTubers who aren't normally artists, they're just VTubers in general. Friday I post about video games. Saturday I post about things that are silly and I like. I think it's good because TikTok doesn't like outros or intros. It's thinks you're reposting the same content. Damn. Because I have seen some people do the same thing before, but that's why I think I try to vary it up a little bit. I don't know. Oh! Let's see what's happening here. Ha ha. Okay, that one's good. I need these to be at an audio level of 5. And then I have to do roll for fun after this. But why am I lagging? I have to re-record this line. Hold on. I'm just gonna make this red so I know that I need to re-record it. Let me see. Why am I lagging so bad? This is actually kind of crazy. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna redo this take one more time because I'm like lagging like crazy and I think it might be my iPhone. I think it's mainly the first and last 5 seconds, so the intro is short enough. It should have enough of a difference. Yes. So when the TikTok algorithm checks if something's the same, it checks like the first, I want to say second, or the first few seconds of audio, and then it checks the video content in general, so like the colors. Lagging, how many tabs are open, and how many graphic programs are you running? Too many and too many. That's my answer. Too many and too many. That's me, I can't close that one. He's doing things, so okay. Just not news thing. I repeat, I had to throw I'll make one. I'll make a PC fund. I'll make a... How much would be the PC fund? Add wish. Add cash gift. Hashtag PC fund. Fund. I can't spell. Bull. How much would I need for a PC fund, though? If it's big enough, you could make a donathon out of it. Ooh, I could. I just feel bad doing donathons and subathons sometimes, because I'm like, it's your money? Throw a coin to the maincoow. Throw a coin at your maincoow. I think you can make a fundraiser goal on Twitch too. You could make a custom graphic. Fundraiser Twitch. I'm not. Yes, it's all coming together. I feel silly. I feel silly asking for this kind of stuff. I deleted it. Okay. I know Ko-fi has like a goal, like a thing goal, where it's like you can put like a goal up for a fund or something. Add a cash gift. Hashtag PC fund. Can you guys just give me a number? The thing I don't like is the numbers. I don't want to put the numbers because I feel bad. Optional, we can support. Valid. Don't, bitch. I'm just mad because he keep. Milk Chat pulls a critical role thing at maincoow, ends up owning a crazy supercomputer. That would be crazy. I didn't know they had a supercomputer. I don't know. I'm on to ask pixels. Chat is bullying. I have somewhat of a basic one that's on pre-built, so 1,000. Just leave it as a blank check. I can't leave it blank. I have to put a price on it. Do $1,000. Was $1,000 enough? I feel so bad. Proceed. I am camping. And now my pew is hopefully. Can you put a price on fandom? That's what I'm saying. All I can do is hopefully raise enough to fund second PC so it stops happening. The Pixel builds it. You could do one on these. You can get a fair laptop at the big box store for under K. I have a laptop. I don't like using my laptop personally. Also, I'd have to do a capture card. Okay, wait, how much is the XLR mic though? Because I need the XLR mic to split my audio, I think. So that way, if this gets funded, I can do it all at once. And then I don't have to worry about anything. Can you be streaming and working all day with it? You could. It might not be the best setup, but you could. We don't have a solution for audio splitting right now. The PC is less of a problem than the audio. Yeah. That's where I got mine. IronsideComputers.com. And I don't need a good. Oh! It's so cute. Ah! Pick your parts and your signature pre-builds. Can we get a tiny one though? I kind of don't want a big one. Select a model. Okay, we can base it off of this. Which one be good? I'm asking Pixels. Pixels will pick one, and then we'll go from there. We're not gonna get the model O or N though. You could even try to be partnered. That would be very interesting, Kiwi. Actually? How do we do that? Be like, hey, I'm looking to buy one of your pre-builds. If I can fund getting one, will you partner with me? And I'll show your. Would that be how that email works? I don't know how that email would work. Damn. 30. This one has I think a lower graphics card than mine. If I pick your current avatar as a model, I might pick it. Is that legal? Huh? Huh? I think it's fine. Probably. Okay, hold on. I have to. Do I put my legal name in this or do I put my streamer name? I think probably my streamer name, right? Requirement. Okay, well, I'm still gonna put my hat in the ring. Elaine. Maincoow. Oh shit, I have to tell you guys something. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I have to tell you guys something. Maincoow. Number of followers. I am looking to build a second PC for my streams, as that is currently the only way I can do my art. All the fun extras do for stream. Well, my hat is looking crowdfund and it for me. Maybe if that happens, we could partner up. Submit my message. Okay, I submitted it. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, hold on. They didn't like the link I gave them. What? Oh, it worked. Okay. Can't hard to ask. You're not too far off from the average minimum viewers. Okay. If you say so. My VTube studio is still lagging. It's not my computer anymore. It's the internet connection. Okay. I'm waiting for Pixels to tell me the thing. We can do the thing. With the thing. Alright. What is this lagging? Is my iPhone lagging because of... Please! I don't know how to use an iPhone. Oh no, I turned it off. Oops. It's on the right one. Okay, is it... Hold on. Settings. Okay, it should be good. I'm just gonna restart it again. Hard to ask. That's valid. Yeah. My iPhone's resetting. I was trying to think of what else I forgot. Create your bundle. I need the cable. Low profile arm. Stand. Low profile arm. And then I need this guy. You know, they think about doing a September event too. Yeah. But we could swap one or two things. I would say based on these, the full PC, it would be like 1,000 with a big plus or minus. Because they are full PC, it would be like... So, budget, like... On God, this would be like 2K. To do this. Man, this is so expensive. I don't want to think about this anymore. XLR interface. Yeah, but you wouldn't get the arm. Yeah, so you have to do the full XLR setup. So expensive. Near it. Do APC so I can have your... Yeah, it's pretty much VTuber prices. Yeah. I'm trying to see how much it would take. Because Pixel said we could take his old computer. Should I? But if we something more bare bones, like should be like 1,200 for really squeeze it. I'm asking Pixels how much it would be to fix his computer because he needs a new computer more than I need a second computer. So like, because Pixels needs like parts more than I think anything else. So we could give him the parts. I could have the PC, and I think. I'm trying to find out. Also, that would be perfect because then the monitor that I use for OBS becomes the monitor for the second PC because that's where OBS is anyway. If I don't upgrade my GPU and fix the big problem of my CPU, it would be like 1K, I think. You also look at their pre-builds as a guide and look on PC bar. Yeah, that's what Pixels was saying. Pixels was saying if the second PC, yeah, because my current PC, my streams when I do art and stuff cap out my computer, unfortunately. Not exactly. I'm not sure about 1K, maybe 2. Because a lot of streamers have two PC setups. Because to be fair, a new computer more than I need a fix. I'm just curious, is there not good, like, affordable mini PCs? Because I don't need something crazy, to be fair. Like a stream PC and everything else PC, yeah. So essentially, the stream PC has just OBS on it, I believe. Yeah, just OBS on it. And then I think I have to put my VTuber on it as well. And then I would have everything else be on my main computer. I am also saying to go to fit in like mic. 3K is pro level, 1,500 is gamer, 1K is like normal dude. So 2K or 3K? I feel so guilty to find affordable less than 1K. That's what I was thinking, but I don't know, because if we could kind of duo this upgrade as like we could give Pixels an upgraded computer because he needs to upgrade his GPU and his CPU. I think everything else is okay. Then, like, it would not only help me, but it would help Pixels too. So, that's not what I said, but sure. You said at the bare minimum, you need to fix your GPU. Just shut up. Shut up! I want to justify making this thing a thing. You know what? We're doing 2,500. This would help Pixels upgrade his PC. Then I can have his old PC and stream from that. Please. Oh, wait. I'm camping on my GPU. Hashtag, please. Hashtag Pixels PC Fund. Hi, Canadian! Hi! Don't mind me, I was just talking in chat about funding a PC. Don't you dare charity for V on your Sims fund. You can't even do makeover correctly. Technically, it just says hashtag PC fund. The description says it helps both of us. Fuck it, make a general stream upgrade goal for event. Add the price of new assets and equipment. That's what I did. That's technically what it is. Also, let me undo that. That's technically what it is. Because it would cover. Because technically it would cover Pixel's. I feel like a sickly Victoria. Don't, baby. It's okay. It's okay. This isn't gonna happen. It's all right. It's not gonna. This is a lot of money. We don't have that kind of money here, baby. Hashtag. Oh, I said PC fun. Stream. What did you call it? A stream upgrade goal. Save gift. There. Can you add like a throne donation goal? Because no, don't pass away now, Shippy. Ah, my brain. I don't know how to do a goal thing on. Am I doing it on Ko-fi? Ko-fi might be better. Do it now. Is that because it's closer to me? Might be better to do it on Ko-fi. Because Ko-fi has like a thing for it. I think. Or I can make a manual one. What's wrong with my microphone? Oh, is it? You could also add a donation section in your about. I used to have one. I used to have a link to my PayPal. Does that mean all the money that I have in my PayPal right now should go to this fund? That way the goal can already be like $100 in, I think. Thank you for the song request. No, thank you. Also, why is my... Oh, I probably didn't... No, I just broke. Oh, okay. Oh, no, because it was focusing on pixels. Okay. Oop. I'm trying to think. How do you do this? I don't know how to... I want to make a... Goal stream. Oh, I don't think they have one. Damn. Okay. Oh, you're just listening? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alright. How do I do the thing? I'm trying to think. The thing a thing? Thing a thing a thing? How do you make a donation goal Ko-fi? It's a little off, like I sound weird, or Okay.
So just like that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, actually, I'll do it through Ko-fi. Starting amount 100. Because I have $100 in my PayPal right now. Looks like Bobo is still actively posting updates on Twitter, but hasn't streamed in 4 months. Yes, I think they have like life stuff going on. That's why they haven't. I deleted it and I didn't save the thing. To have bigger, better streams. Also to help Pixels have better PC. Please only donate spare money. Show them out publicly. Sorry, well. Put Ko-fi goal on stream Twitch. I also forgot we were recording stuff. How do I do this? Check off. Oh, wait, how? Oh, the goal overlay. Okay. I also need to update this. I haven't used Ko-fi in a long time. Not that one. That one too big. Connect. Show your goal progress in the live chat. Oh! Settings? Okay. API. Nope. Well, hello there. Yeah, it's the Ko-fi streambot, I guess. I guess. Advanced goal settings. Theme color blue. I want it to be blue. Yes. Yes, it will. And I just want to make sure I did that right. So, responsive commands. It will create Twitch clips, and I think it will say when someone donates. If it doesn't, I'll fight someone. God, I can't have the grades. I need it for a life of me. Do you need me to give you a market? I'll give you a market. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 10 seconds. I'm currently doing things that I didn't realize I was doing. So, smile. Hold on. I'm gonna do it over here. Rename. Goal tracker. You're all good. I just need to keep looking. Okay. Well, you just let me know if you want me to get you one. Nope, not that guy. Goal tracker. There's that. So I don't want it to be a big thing because then I'd feel bad. But I will get the alerts in here. Copy. Donation alerts. Got any grapes? Curious in the test. Oh, do I have to make it bigger? Test. What? What? Was that real? Is that real? What's happening? That's not real. That's just me testing it, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just me testing it. Okay. Yeah, that's just me testing it. Okay, thank God. Oh, a little scoop there. Just make sure those are in the right spot there. Cool. Okay. Change my cover. God damn, that spooked the shit out of me. Okay. This one. This one. File too big. This one? File too big. There's the overlay? Oh, to my assets. Into my assets. Make a pattern. There you go. Share. Copy link. I will put this in a link frame for now. And then I can go back and I can do the things. 27? So 20, I don't think I can save this one. Okay. I have to re-record the script now. Okay. Alright. Just gonna make sure that was all set up. Okay. Your body naturally produces superpowers? From watching horror movies to saving lives, this powerful hormone is From watching horror movies to saving lives, this powerful hormone is capable of making you push past your limits. You know the stories about mom lifting cars off their babies? That's because when your brain gets fight or flight signals, it increases blood flow to your muscles. It's like you get a power-up that supercharges your strength. But it's not done there, it also improves your reaction time so you can quickly take in the situation and immediately make decisions. Not all information is helpful though, so to get rid of distractions, adrenaline will tell your brain to block your pain. This is because in dangerous situations, it's more important to survive than to deal with the scratches and bumps. Adrenaline is even used as medicine. Because of its ability to increase your blood pressure, it's an EpiPens to help you relax your muscles and make it easier to breathe after an allergy attack. Just don't go becoming an adrenaline junkie. I don't want to see any of you end up on a fail compilation from trying to get a rush. What will it take to kick in? Hopefully that was good. It wasn't touching in my belly cause I don't know nothing about drugs. Oh, come on, heart is beating faster. Come on, remember after. Come on, anybody have these drugs? And beginning up, scuffed. That's fine, I'll redo that part. This one. I think this was okay. I'm hoping that the other one that I recorded has a better beginning. Okay, the EpiPen part got fucked up. Okay. Let's go! Did you find one? Did you find one? Did you find one? You know story... No, I did that one. I found 2 of the 3 grapes I needed in one spot. Nice! This is because in dangerous situations, it's more important to survive than deal with the scratches and bumps. Adrenaline is even used in medicine. Because of its ability to increase your blood pressure, it's in EpiPens to help you relax your muscles and make it easier to breathe after an allergy attack. Hopefully that one was okay. That one was good, but the allergy, the even used as medicine got messed up. But maybe the other script has it, and it'll be okay. Line clips. Either. Okay, let's go to this one. Oops. That one's good. That's a good beginning. Mm-hmm. Okay, that part's good. That one's also fine. And then the boop, 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 boop. Mm. Oh my god. Boop, 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 boop. Link clips. Link clips. So now I just want to make sure. So Perfect. But I think I took a breath right here. Just gotta... Oop. There you go. Oop. Oop. Save. Next one is roll for fun. This one. Alright, cool. So that is done. There's that guy. Where's my pure F? There it is. Did you know? There's this. This one, this one. This one. This one. This one. There we go. Alright. Swim around as a fish and do tricks in the air. Yep, that's all there is. Yep, that's all there is to it. You're a fish, you do tricks, that's the whole game. But does a game this spectacularly need more explaining than that? Currently out on Steam for a steal of 3 buckaroos, you too can become the next Tuna Hake. With 16 unlockable fish variants, salmon salt, a barracuda roll, and loop-de-loop your way to fame. Chat convinced me to play this game, and I genuinely enjoyed it. Chat convinced me to play this game, and I genuinely adored it. I loved all the different maps and fish that you can unlock with silly little challenges. So if maybe you land lovers want a little if you land lovers want a little underwater fun, you should check out Tuna Hake's Underwater today and feel those if maybe you land lovers want a little under the water fun, you should check out Tuna Hake's Underwater today. So if maybe you land lovers want a little under the water fun, you should check out Tuna Hake's Underwater today and feel those realistic physics. Am I gonna have to re-record that one, OBS? OBS? Am I gonna have to re-record it? Oops. 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 Oops, no. Numbers today? 43. Also, I need to fix this one. Thanks for sticking around until after the ads. I hope welcome back, chat. Welcome back, even though I'm pretty sure most of you are subbed because of gifts. Audio 5. Thank you for the cheek pep, Rainer. feel like I redid it here. Oh, I lied. It was here to here. So it should go here. Oh, this is where I started dying because I couldn't read the final line. Okay, here we go. I think I have to re-record that one. That one sounded weird. So if maybe you landlubbers want a little under the water fun, you should check out Tuna Hake's Underwater Today and feel those fights, those realistic. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It cut it off. Okay. So if maybe you landlubbers want a little under the water fun, you should check out Tuna Hake's Underwater Today and feel those realistic physics. I took a look. If you want the Twitch goal, it'd be under Manage Goals in your Stream Settings Manager. Do you think I should do it through Twitch or should I do it through Ko-fi? Hold on. Okay. The Stream Manager? Manage Goals. Manage Goals. Oh. Whichever takes less of a cut. I think bits don't take a cut. What cut does Ko-fi take? Oh, man. Working, but you're amazing. Okay, what cut does Ko-fi take? 5%? What cut does Throne take? 3.9? But if it's a bits amount, plus program, we could do this one. Bits take a cut? Okay. What cut does Twitch take from bits? Bits do not take a cut. That's what I was thinking. But I just want to triple check. From bits so the streamer gets the full amount. Ah. I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to triple check. I'm trying to buy them. Although Twitch is free to use. Okay. Okay, cool. So should we do it through... Let's have a... I'll just do it through Twitch. Just do it through Twitch. Twitch bits $2. Bits are not the best way to do a large goal, but they are fine as like a part 1. But then we can just stick with the Ko-fi one then. We can just stick with the Ko-fi one. And then I'll go... Channel. It's too bad. Twitch panel Ko-fi. Goal tracking? Well, Ko-fi takes 5%. I personally know Buy Me a Coffee is the best. It has the same 5% cut. But Throne has... Wait. What cut does Throne take from cash? Because they said 3%. Never mind, it's 9%. What are cash gifts? How do they check their cash gifts? I'm gonna add 9.25. So we'll just stick with Ko-fi? Okay, we'll just stick with Ko-fi then, because it's 5%. So it's same, same? Same, same, but different? Mm. Okay. Did I record the thing? I think I did. Thank you for doing the research, chat. I appreciate you very much. Grab the link again. Nah, I don't think that matters. Okay. Save. Hog. Thanks for convincing me to do it, guys. Cause like, it's not like, you know, I'm begging for it, so it's nice. Thank you. Thank you for at least making me make the goal, even if the goal never happens. It means a lot. This guy gotta record. Also, my iPhone is a different background right now. I'll go avoid the head patch. Is this one? Not this one. Okay. Oh, I have it on that one. Okay. 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 They see me cruising, they hating. Just kidding, but look at this little hamster. I'm sure plenty of your friends feel this way when they get to be a passenger princess. Especially if you get to pick up one of your favorite little snacks to accompany you on your journey. Not only is it important to be well prepared for journeys, but determined as well. So let's get motivated by this pupper. Look at them. They never take their eyes off the prize and clearly have their priorities straight. Nothing's gonna break his stride. At the end of the journey, though, be sure to refuel your spirit like this TikTok user did for their fancy mac and cheese goblet. They even garnished the divine delicacy with dino nuggies and pizza ba- They even garnished their divine delicacy with dino nuggies and a pizza bagel. They even garnished this divine delicacy with dino nuggies and a pizza bagel bite, a true feast for a king. I did it! I did it! I did it! Save. What number is this? Say he's just a friend. 36. Got what I need. You say he's just a friend. You say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. You say he's just a friend. You say he's just a friend. No, exquisite. Number 5. Dome. You fill out a visitor's form. Where's the fact? This is for buying a week, but it should work for the copy link. Alright, buy me. Ooh! Ooh! Download the buy me. Click your Twitch username. Okay, I will do this. After I finish the Vibe and Shine one because I'm almost all done. Oh shit! I just had to put the thing in there. Wait, hold on. Save. File. Save as. 36. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go grab dinner. My brain is fried. I'll probably take this week to do the YouTube show since I underestimate the work I need. No problem. You literally have for whenever. There is no due date for it. If you'd rather write your own stuff, because I know you want to finish your Kiwi stuff, you can do that first if you want. Don't sweat it, man. Sounds good, Kiwi. Thank you for taking care of yourself as well. Cool. I get a little bit. I get a little bit. Oh shit. I get a little bit lazy. Save. Turn this back down. I'll open Task Manager because OBS won't close by itself because it's confusing its instances. Oh wait, can I just... No. Six, 7. Okay, download the Buy Me a Coffee buttons from our brand assets. Stream. Did I not? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh shit. I have something to tell you guys. Do you guys want to hear this cool thing? Do you guys want to hear about something cool? Do you guys ever use passwords? Do you guys ever wish that your passwords could be safe from the scary Google? Do you guys ever wish that maybe there's a company out there that puts your safety first? Well, lucky for you, we have Proton Pass, a Google Chrome extension that you can use today for free, or if you want, you can buy it if you want. But if you do buy it, you can get a discount with my code. I remember what it is. I'm sorry. Hold on, what is it? I forgot what it is. I think it's a link. Actually. Do they do Firefox as well? Let me check. Proton Pass. What? Let me check. Let's find out. Let's do some available anywhere you need it. Proton works on your phone, laptop, or browser, so you can sign in securely at any time. I see a Firefox symbol. I also see a Microsoft Edge symbol. I also see a Brave symbol. I also see an Apple. I also see a Safari symbol. Look at that. Can you believe? Look at all of this. Can we get another take for an ad? Nope, that's the only take we'll ever have. I could try. I guess I could try, but I think it's funnier that I kind of hold up. I gotta complete the tax registration form though. How do I do this? How hold on, I'm maybe not supposed to show this. How do I do this? How do I do this? Hold on. I look at my email. What? Okay, wait. I have to do Proton Pass. I can't think of what. Oh, you get a 50% discount if you use my affiliate link. 50% off. Whatever one you want. What is my affiliate link though? Honestly, I've been using it, and I mean, like, I haven't really needed the full version. Like, I'm on that, I feel like death. No! Shepion, no! Why you feel like poo-poo? Are you sicky? I don't know that. Cancel. Let's see. Well, get some vitamins in ya. See? Partner taxing. What? It means I don't got work tomorrow. Woo! What? So I gotta do that. I don't wanna do this. What? Oh, it did let me type it. What the fuck? Check. God, I hope my gut is normal before tomorrow, so I might get arrested. I might get arrested for bioterrorism is crazy. I'm sure you'll be okay. Partners. Check the appropriate button. I have to make a new thing for the Discord as well. How do I get to the thing again? Oh, that's not what I wanted. I forgot what I'm doing. Oh, okay. I fixed it. We're good. This one. Oh. New. Okay. Ah. I know these better than okay, I'm dang. Oh. Huh? You can go to the offer section. Offers, all offers. Proton Pass. Hmm. Okay. You can view and what? Okay. I think I made the thing for it. Okay. Okay. That's not what I want. Alright. I think. Wait. I think I got it. So if I go. Didn't work. Well, I gotta go pass away now. Go sleep. How good eat. I'll thank you. Oh. Okay, so it has to be this then. So if I do this. Okay, okay. Okay, so it's this. This is the link. I wish I could view them. Background, no. Download. Save. Okay, I'm gonna shower. I'm gonna shower. I think I got all the stuff for it. Save. Okay. Stream. Extract. Oh. Oh. These banners are much different than I thought they were. Hold on. Do they not have... It's a logo mark. I think... Oh, it's like the thing... Oh, a little tight. This... Oh, okay. How do I want to do this? I guess I could recreate the gradient. This one. This one. Here for the... Here. 50%. Wait, how do I do this? How do I do my coupon book stuff? Oh, okay, I do. Okay. Yeah, okay. Below. I'm gonna get a nicer font. Okey-dokey. Grab that picture of me. Like this one. These guys. I think this is centered. I lied. It is not centered. Okay. Selection only. Export. Stream brands. Save. And gotta go dashboard. Gotta go carbot. Carbot. And then I'll do the Kofi thing. We are all good to go. I also actually I needed this switch handling thing again. Oh, I forgot I had to send this to myself. Stream plans for Tom Hayes. Copy link. Image at the bottom. Thumbnail URL. That's one top right. Icon. Title URL. Okay. The link. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Because you can't click on the image for some reason with these embeds, so we'll just do this instead. Delete message, delete copy link. Click here. So we can keep those contents using my percent off. I think the thing is like you get 50% off of any plan, I think. I guess. Coupon book. Wikipedia. Lock. Oh, I also didn't do that one right. Oh, how did I do that one? Copy message link. What was it? Thank you for the wellness check. Put our safety thinking of any kind, which those sites is it going to try proton? It's free. And convenience. If you use yeah, I didn't do the other one right. What was it? Icon name club proton pens. This goes in coupon book. Oh, copy message link, edit embed this one, edit, Edit. Milk Club. Smackin' sunflower seeds. And then smackin' sunflower seeds on. To snacks. Or let's do snack link. And then Minko Nom. Where my Minko Nom? Minko Nom. Easy if I just looked in my Discord. Copy emoji ID. What? How did I do that? How did I don't know how I did this. What the fuck? Edit, embed, this one, edit. How did I do the... Yeah, it's just like that. Micro. Oh, is it because of this? Does it make a nom like that? No, it's not. Okay, well, we'll just remove it. There you go. Cool. That's all done. Now let's go to coffee. I'll do the coffee one now. This one. This one. Kofi assets. A lot of times, yep. Because we're changing seasons. A lot of the time when you go, like, you're gonna change seasons, it really affects people's immune systems. So if you're like, oh, the seasons are about to change, get ready, because people about to get sick. Just gonna... Oh. This one, color. Oops. To support lane. Lane. Oh, not that one. This one. Ugh. Should it be black? I think it should be white with a black border. P. What font is that? It's Blinky Star. A Blinky Star. You want it? I can send it to you. It's one of my favorites. It makes me really jealous that I couldn't make a font like this, because I made a font and it ended up looking like this. Close, but different. I just like how thick it is. It's one of my favorites. I need that picture. I don't know if maybe I want to use picture. Maybe I use an emote instead. Art of me, because I never got to use Mogu's art for stuff. Whoa! Thank you for the song request. I don't know what I want to use. Do I have the big-eyed me? The big eyeball me? Am I the big eyeball me? Where's my big eyeballs? I think that's cute. Ask me for funnel cake fries. Oh! Oh! Oh, I'm jealous. Save. Overcook the first batch, so those are mine. Valid. Dude, that sounds so good. What the fuck? I want funnel cake fry. Oh, I sent the link to myself already. Go. Channel. Elaine's brain. Scroll down. One, two, three, four, five. Yes. This is how I want this to look. Except I want the change log, the sound alerts to move over one. I want sound alerts to move over one. Add image. Image links to this. Submit. It's ironic when you're your own business owner, so distractions can still count as being productive. That's what I'm saying, man. It drives me nuts a little bit sometimes, though. That wasn't supposed to scoot. Fuck. Go down there. I went too far. All donations. I do have a donations one. Oh! Balls! I forgot. I mean, that works. Let me move some stuff around. Let me put Walk Amongst the Wilds here. This one. No, this one should go here. Should go there. Go there. This one should go here. It's an art. It's an art making these look nice. I think it's like that. Nope, I still did it wrong. What? Oh no, this one. Okay, so this one has to go here. Add image or text panel. Image or text panel. And then this one goes down here. That way. Son of a bitch! Okay, now it should work. No! It's still on the wrong one! What do you mean? Also, commission should be above. Commission should be above this one, so this one should go here. Well, then maybe blurbs can go over here, actually? And then it will go commissions. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Like this? Nope, one too far. One not enough, actually. Haha! Rules and chat commands need to be switched. Yeah! I did it! All better. Okay. I think I have to go to the bathroom. I do all I needed to do for today. I recorded my scripts. I don't have any commissions currently. Still waiting on enshrined stuff, but I can do that later tonight. Worst case scenario. I'm gonna do via highlight. Did you know? And vibe and shine tomorrow. I think we need to dig around now. I think we do art now. So I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go bathroom and then we're gonna go play art. Go play art? Yeah, we're gonna play around with some art. I'll be right back. Guess who's back? Back again. Elena's back. Back again. My fucking stomach hurts. Not in the way you would think either. I hate being a woman. That's all that you need to know. It hurts, chat. It hurts. It's not really hurting. It just doesn't feel good. It feels like poo. Feels like ass. I am on birth control. That shouldn't happen. But it's only happening because I've been so stressed. If I get really stressed, it happens. Alright, I have to do a thing for enshrined really quick. Ain't no problem to me. Ain't no problem to me. Thank you for that, Bets. BLT is gone. Shit, hold on. I gotta go to my other model. Poor rabbit animal, thank you. Thank you. Set everything up on this file that when I do other models, it doesn't want to do the thing. Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry if I'm being gross today. I'm a bit a woman. Alright. Bum 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 bum. Want me to make you like and this at this, except I want the outline to be this color. No, lag, I couldn't get the right one. The dark one? Yeah, and then gradient. Actually, no, keep it as the blue. I'll just make it smaller. The chain valley. And then this is going to be play test material. But I'm going to change this to be what is the
Mother, I saw a nothingness beyond comprehension. A darkness that was neither cold nor empty. I wasn't alone.
Yeah, that makes sense because you can poop out little milk beans. I think I'm a little worried about how much time you are spending with your Uncle Kiwi because you're learning a lot of very fancy words that I don't know how to combat. I'm gonna be honest. Oh no, that's too big. Make it bottom. Actually, let it say official. Official. Why that? Huh? What's happening? What the fuck? Don't shame his hunger for knowledge. I'm not! I'm just a little concerned. Alright, this is actually gonna have to go back to the Alexander quill, because it does not want to be the book the other one, so it's fine. Can we say adventure and yeah, sorry. Material test. Do you like this? You like it? Oh, I have two things on. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Let me add this to the appendix. To do a page. Wait, did this automatically edit it though? It didn't. Make the 5e boy a bit smaller so he doesn't touch the text. Okay. Eh? Hold on. Eh? Let me know if that looks good to you. I just gotta fix these. Chain Valley official. Do you actually like the anime I suggested for the Did You Know clip? I'll add it to the media Rex list. Yeah! The one that had like the weird body morphin thing when he drank the thing. I think so. Maybe the Chain Valley darker text, a bit hard to read on streaming. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Hold on. I have an idea. Yeah. It looked really cool, honestly, when I saw it, so wouldn't be against trying it. Actually, I like this gradient right here. It's more silver. Hear me out. Hearing, listening. What if you sample the foreground chains? Hi, Womble! Sounds good. Yeah, sounds fine. Hi, Womble. You are perfectly timed. I wanted to DM you because I need to send you the link to the server that we'll be using for Wednesday. This tweak darker. Well, chain colors does sound cool. It makes sense to me. I'm just trying to fix the thing I fucked up. I fucked it up. 40. Oh, okay. It's like 50-50. I think the outer, it's gonna be like a drop shadow or something instead. Ooh. Let's see, outside solid color. I have to move this down a little bit. Also, what would this look like if it was all caps? The chain of the valley. No. I kind of just don't like this font, I think. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me redeem that right now. Thanks for the head pump. I think that makes sense because the rest of the everything else is in this font, so. Oops. Oops. Oh, stop it, stop it. I just want to take a screenshot. Oh, I didn't mean that to be capitalized. Okay. Info. Around me, around the tongue-tied. I don't like it. I don't like it. I looked at it small on the screen and I don't like it. My eyeball. Oh my god, my eyeball. Oh, my eyeball itches. Oh, I'm okay. Oh my god. I keep turning caps lock on. Is this the same? Save. Okay, now I think I can grab my tablet and start doing a little art. Start doing a little art. Oh. Whoa. Alright. Alright. Time to design time to design chat mascot. Sorry about that. I don't know if you heard that. That was my computer. Okay. Okay, now it's okay. Okay. So the whole idea. I'm just gonna rewrite this. Is that symmetry off for now? Is that? Let's choose a color. Milk bean. I'm sorry, my handwriting kind of dumb right now. Milk beans. I said I was gonna work today, and then I ended up starting a piece of fan art for a friend and putting 6 hours in. Fan art's good for the soul, you know? Doing work that isn't, like, on your time, you know, is, like, can be damaging to the soul. But doing fan art because you want to do fan art, yeah, as long as you're creative. Oh, what? Oh, shit. Oh, it does. Oh, okay. Yeah, but the time away from drawing is rare and I should make time. You should. That's valid. But don't beat yourself up over it. Okay. Milk beans. They're little beans because the milk. I don't like how I drew that bee. Beans. So the milk is for our cow side. Our beans is for our cat side. Kiwi said that if it's a thing, it should be cubes? Question mark? Like, who? Can't think about it though, the skin reflections I've done are so satisfying. Fuck yeah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad it made her so happy. Maybe. Oh my god, my caps is on. I said if BLT poops him out. That's what I was thinking. Well, we are gonna do a cube version or orb. Probably. Like one or the other. Or a mix, I don't know yet. And then the inside is the same. Right? Or the outside the same. Okay. 1 part milk. Oh my god. Milk. 1 part whatever. So that way, chat, you can, like, make them different colors and stuff. Maybe we can make, like, little stream avatars out of them. Hot damn! Womble art is so good. Womble is so good at art. We mix in milk? Yeah. You could be like, you could be milk and chocolate milk, or milk and, strawberries, or milk and whatever. It's like I'm thinking like a jelly cube. I'm thinking like a jelly cube. And I think it would be cute if they were cubes, though, because then you guys could, like, Lego yourself. You know? Jubes! Or milk slimes. Kind of, yeah. Kind of be like slimes. I kind of want to make you, like, sentient jelly cubes. But you're made out of milk. I feel like cubes would be cute, though. I feel like I might stick with cubes just because I like the idea of cubes. And maybe it's gonna bug me if I don't draw a perspectively correct cube, so give me like 10 seconds. What? Okay, this is why these exist. money. Care if it's wrong or if it's right. We couldn't have fan art of trimming each other into shapes. That would be cute. Would not also be horrific though? Wait, hold on. Would not also be horrific though? The cubes per minute in this combo is giving me PTSD. Why? Why is it giving you PTSD? What's wrong with cubes? What's your dilemma with our cubage? You can work together and make pixel art. You want to make pixel art? What's happening? I'm very confused. Depends if the jelly is like hair or skin. Hold on, I feel like, I'm sorry, I have to go back to my small model because there's a lot of things that are going on right now and I have only so many brain cells. Oh, poof! Oh, shit. There you go. The cubes, oh yeah! Yes, you could make little pixels art if you wanted to. Now speaking of pixels, why pixels are you having a meltdown? They're just cubes. They're just cubes. Living pixel art, exactly. Oh, I need to turn this intro. It's gonna bug the shit out of me if I don't do this right. No, I moved it. Oh, fuck. I mean to move it. Oh, fuck. You know what? No. You know what? I don't wanna. I don't wanna draw it. I'm going to make a 3D reference of your shape. You can work together like ants. Shut the fuck up, Womble. Shut the fuck up. Listen. I didn't take a break this weekend. I worked. Do you remember the 5th of November in cube painting class? Yeah. No, on God, I think that's why I want you guys to be cubes. Because of that class. Also, Womble's making fun of me. I am both honored, like extremely honored to be made fun of by Womble, but also at the same time I cry. Lord. Listen. It'll be funny. And then we wouldn't have to make a front, back, or side reference because you'd all be the same. Yes. Wait, hold on. I immediately had a mental image of us merging together and teaming up to take BLT. What? I feel like a lot of my fan art from chat, if chat ever gets me fan art, is just going to be of chat taking over the stream. I can't believe Wobble just made fun of me though. I have no brain, I'm sorry. Oh, needs to be continuous. Oh, son of a bitch. Girl, you can Google a cube. Yeah, but it's a specific cube. Do you see the specificity of the curve of this cube? Chat is curved in a very special way. Which, speaking of being curved in a very special way, I think I might want to do it differently. I kind of want you to be Brown's cube. I told her to use gum for reference. It was a good idea. But also, I have other ideas that I need to be explored, okay? I want to be lumpy. You can be lumpy if you want to be. Wait, how do I do this? I think I would just take these. I don't know if you could. Can you make a chubby cube? Is that possible? To make a chubby cube? I don't know if it's possible, but I'm gonna try. Everything in my brain tells me this is about to make a chubby cube. Wait, can the inner cube have a little cube butt? Yeah, it can. It can. I think I like this shape, I think. Yeah, now you're not too top heavy. Yes. Yes, my plan is taking shape. Okay, what's up? Okay, how big do you be comparative to the... Like, you could be like 75%? And then easy, you want little butt? I got you. Chat wants to have a little butt. Does the cover say official because it sounds good or for a different reason? Because it sounds good. We don't have to have it. We'll see. Okay. Okay, so the slime, yeah, the Minecraft slimes are roughly... I do like the Minecraft slimes. Is this good enough for butt cheeks, or do you want rounded butt cheeks, chat? Or do you want the implication of butt cheeks? Because I could just draw butt cheeks on. You know? Cute shape. I like shape. Good shape. Good shape. This one, this one. Excuse me. We got a good shape going here, lads. I don't need this one there. I need the other one. Wait, would a slime butt be on the back or the bottom? I think the back. Because if it's on the bottom, then you're squishing your own shit, you know? Like you could like kind of like sit on your own poop. Actually, I want to give you guys legs, so I would still say back though. On everybody's faces. I'll do the 3/4 you want with. No, I'll do it first. Then the bottom would be the stomach. No, yeah, the bottom would be the tummy. Unless my idea makes it so the anatomy of it's different, but you guys don't really have bones? In my eyes, you guys don't really have bones. You know? In my head, you guys are just little cubies. Or would... Let's see. Let's do legs first. Little... I won't lie, having a little jelly cube on stream would be fun to kind of rig, but... Considering what I do want to do with this, I don't think I'll make it into a live 2D thing. If I go anywhere with it, it'll probably be like a stream avatars thing that you guys can have. I think I'll leave a little bit too far out, though. I actually like the idea of anatomy being all weird, like... The anatomy all weird, like... Yeah, so I think the fun thing about, like, being little jelly cubes is, like, you guys could... like, maybe attach whatever you wanted to yourselves, you know? Like, if one of you wanted, like, a lollipop arm, you could have a lollipop arm or something. Just want... Because we're made out of jelly, so it's kind of like... VOD can hold a bunch of us like a handful of candy. Exactly. Like a little... Okay. I think you should have feet. Like, regardless of if you have, like, arms and stuff, I think you should have feet. And then... you can, like, have whatever you want stick out of you to be, like, little arms and stuff. I think that would be cute. So you could have, like, a little lollipop hand or something. I can't draw a lollipop. Hold on. I got this. Lollipop hand. If one hand's like a little lollipop hand. So I don't think naturally you guys would have hands. I think doing it as a stream avatar will work best. Heroic has some fun options. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Or like, oh wait. Maybe you could have like a little nub to like imply that you have an arm, but like you can extend your arms with like whatever you want. So like it's kind of like a little... Why is it not taking the color? So you have like a little jelly arm. Minecraft Kirby shape? Exactly. Hi, baby! Hi! Do you want attention? 1 second, my cat needs... Hi, baby! Here. What's the matter? Oh my goodness! You want squishes? You want squishes? You want to come on up? She's just in a weird long shape. She sniff at the air and have weird long shape. I don't really know what she's doing. No, don't hurt her. She goes away and try to use a darker color for the main towel for Avengers name. Okay. Oh. I have to group it and then do the HSL on it. You have shadows on the lettering? I took them off, but I did originally. Maybe instead of outer bow, we do outline. And we make it this color. Oops. What even the stars above? Blur, flow, stroke, opacity. Yeah. Give you little feet. Are these all the faces? All the faces you want me to put on there. You have your lollipop arm. I think it'd be cute if it was on the inside. Hold on. Wait. An idea. Give this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, this one. Oops. Only if you listen to me. And then what if you had little knobbies in here? So instead, it would be like this. Alright, little knobbies. If they're gonna be avatar, multiple faces would be good. I think you can make it so you can earn points by watching stream, exchange points, and donating. Yep. I just have to buy stream avatars first, but you know. We have to make sure that this sticks, you know, first. Because if it doesn't, then we'd have to, have to go through another redesign phase. And if that's the case, you know, I don't want to make all the stream avatar sprites without making sure that people like it. Oh, let's get this one. I think I did this inverted. Nothing saying you have to do only one avatar base. This is true. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, a little nubby. Got a little arm. I got the okay on this, so I just change this to here. Huh? What? Damn, such a good cube. How did you learn to render such a cubular cube? Oh, you know, because I took it from Maya. You know. What is happening here? Why is this different? There you go. Enshrine. Latex. Packages. Index. Delete. File. I save as package. Okay, okay. Package. Latex. Save as package. Okay, okay. Package. Nom 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 nom. Delete. Compress to zip. Close. I think this down here would have similar shading. What was I gonna say? Tricky. Oops. There you go. You have little new nubular feet. Little nubular feet. And this is what goes inside of this. So now you have a cube. A jelly cube. Isn't exactly working. Oh, there you go. Right? That's what it says. I think it's just a little bit more to the right. There you go. Files are too powerful. Shit. 1 second. I will save as milk beans. Let's put them in here. Milk beans. Uploading pages to text to Google Drive. Fire. Onto the air. No words expire. And then you can have your lollipop on. I need the front facing one now. So this is the side view, or 3/4 view. Let's do the front view. Your mom and dad. That's just a new spoon. This to be smooth. Fine, I'll turn the stabilizer on. There you go. Little nubby feet. And you have even nubbier little arms. You have such nubs because you have telepathy power, is my idea. So like, be like, Elaine, how can they reach outside of their the little milk tube? Well, you can reach outside of it because you got little telepathy powers. So you can grab things. I think that makes sense to me. -25. Because we're flubber. Exactly. You are modern day flubber. Is what's happening right now. I think this needs to be 100. And this needs to be 25. Because you are quite literally modern day flubber. Candy flubber, exactly. Except you don't have a same shape. You don't have the same humanoid shape as flubber. Mainly probably for copyright reasons. Though I'm sure Robin Williams wouldn't. We're completely honest. Oops. Well, no, the arms are a little too flat. I have to make it like 10. 10 instead. I gotta do the feet. I gotta download the VOD. Oh, that's not what that was about? Okay. I thought that's what that was about for a second. Little feeties. I wonder if Flubber is public domain? Maybe. It could be. It's been a while, but I don't know. It depends on if the proprietor let it be. I wouldn't be surprised if not, to be honest. Except, oh shit, no, but this goes like underneath it. Remember, it was a remake? Oh shit, the maybe it is old enough to be public domain now. Maybe a hard cut. You have your little feet. There you go, little feet. And I mean, to be fair, your things would go behind it. Oh no, I put it on the same layer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He is apparently not even. What? What happened? What happened? Oh, you know, I know what happened. I can just do it. Rasterize. Just leave that little arm over. Alright. I think I like this. And then... B1024. Right there. Yeah, okay. Opacity 100. Alright, let's play with faces. Should we do big eyes? Let me go right here. We do big eyes. Small mouth. Go lower. Or we can do small eyes. Big mouth. Oh. This makes you look like dogs. Like little jelly dogs. I don't know where I want to put the face now. I put it in the fridge. What? What is in the fridge? What is in the fridge? Oh shit. Maybe we'll watch the remake. Maybe we'll watch the remake this weekend. Maybe. That or I sleep all weekend. You could mirror the face on all the cubes. No, I probably think I'll just do one side, because if I mirror them on all sides, you can't have a butt. So if you want a butt, we gotta keep with the Gotta keep with the one side, you know? Okay, we have that one, or we have little eyes, little mouth. Or we have, I think, big eyes, big mouth. Or we have what else are there? Big eyes, big mouth, little mouth. There are butt chins. There are butt chins. But I think it would be funny if you had a butt and a butt chin, you know? You got both. I think I like this one most. I get it's simple. Okay, do we want the mouth? Do we want the mouth up or down? This one makes you look like a dog. But this one makes you look like just a little cube guy. You know? And then you can have would it be able to eat to make us, or is it just normal for him? It's just normal for him, I think. Whenever he meets one of you, he just kind of makes you. Little stick hand. Needle hand. Milk bean. Whatever's near to me. I think we'd need more than 2 feet or we'd be unstable. Well, that's why you can have, like, other feet. So, like, you walk in this thing. You walk in this cube. But the cube just lets you slide. So you walk in the cube, but the cube slides. To kind of distribute the weight. And then you can have, like, other legs and stuff if you want, I think. Like, have a bit like this if you want. Oh, my eyeballs. Okay. Yeah, you could. You could, like... Where's my eraser? You could, like... I mean, technically, you already are tranked heads, because the slime on the outside of you just kind of rolls around you. And then you walk normally, you know? I feel like that'd be cute. I don't know. I'm very lost. I had a eureka moment and then I lost it. There's a bubble, yeah, because I want everybody to have their own personal bubble. I like cubes, so I think I want him to stay a cube. It's all be a cat jelly. You can be You have a leaf if you want. Leaf would go like this, so leaf would be like. It's like two. A little leaf on your head if you want. Ever put fantasy? I did. Fantasy BLT will come out with BLT 4.0. Is probably the plan. I think I want to color this guy. I think that's what I want. Look at him. Look at you. This is you, chat. Like someone make me feel. I think my Adderall's wearing off or something. My brain is like off now. What did I put on the front facing? I put it up so you guys can look like you have a little bit of a body. Yeah. Get out of here, little dot. No. Oops, sorry, I made you naked. Alright. What would chocolate milk outside strawberry milk look like? That's a good question that we're gonna find out right now because I'm about to draw him in his official form. Let's get do it. Let's get do it. This I'm gonna make him in here because it's more modular to do it like this. Not rounded already though. We have to do it this way. Convert to curves. Why do all the monsters come out and run? And take this center, bring up a little bit, take this out. This needs to be out a little bit more. There you go. And curve it. There we go. I think I curved it a little bit too much. There we go. Oh, idea. What is your idea? I am open ears. Oops. An animation of the little guy walking in place without going anywhere would make a good loading animation. It would. It would. I think these have to be line. Yes. Oh, that's not what I wanted. This is the OG one. Nope. 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 There you go. So friendly. Oh no, I'm loving you always. I did that a little bit wrong, that's okay. Where is RG? Give. Go back to the reference and I make a big one of this. Oh wait. We. It's gonna bug me, but I'll fix it later. Thank you for the wellness check. Mm. Videos. Mm. 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 I think I'm just gonna have to. Oops. I'm gonna delete this one. Oh, did you do? How did you? I did not do it yet. Shall I do it now? I have not done it, so it'd be a good time to do it. Alright, what are we doing on food guests or today? Ooh, okay. Pork fat, Calabrian, chili peppers. Where does Calabrian come from? Where's Calabria? Spices, herbs, optional red wine. This dish is spicy, spreadable pork salami. Spreadable pork salami? Or a rich flavor and sausage using combining pork. That sounds really good. The first and third one. What do you mean it's super easy? I don't know where Calabria is. Calabria? Was this African? African spicy? Spicy African food? Yeah, but where is Calabria? Would you like a hint? I would like a hint. Maybe India? You use them at work a lot. What? What do you mean you use them at work? What kind of food do I make? Oh. It's I did Greek, but Greek didn't work. What kind of restaurant did I work at? In fact, you never told me. You only told me the things that you make that were pizza. Close, but not it. Italy? It was an Italian restaurant? I don't think you ever told me if it was an Italian restaurant. But I did it. Girl, who cooked the pizza? Italians? You? I don't. Italian? Just... Nom, nom, nom. Italians, although I'm not Italian. How was I supposed to know? All I know about your coworkers is your manager was a dick and they burnt the pizza. Pork, garlic, paprika. This is another pork dish. This dish is a traditional sausage made from minced pork seasoned with garlic, paprika, and salt. It's typically encased in a natural intestine and has a deep color. Is this? Ooh, this look good. Yum yum. Mexican? What do you think it is?
It's fish.
Yeah. It's not Mexico.
No, it's definitely.
Shut the fuck up. You didn't say anything when I said Mexico.
You didn't give me a chance to look.
What do you mean? You were standing here the whole time.
What do you think I was looking at?
You could look at both. I posted so many pictures of Italian food. Okay. Very true. Are those sausage fingers? No, they're like cut up sausages. It's like cut up bits of sausage.
It's European, but I feel like it's Central European. I don't think I would say.
One example of what is... They look so yummy. They do look yummy. It just reminds me of that... What is it called? That...
Because it has red wine, which is more like Western European. It's not really East European. It has...
Reminds me of this stuff.
Yeah. Paprika is very common in like Czech cuisine.
Czech?
Yeah.
Ah, spell that. Let's see. Czechia? Oh, it's warm! Czechia is warm. I don't like that it's spelled like that. Austria. Damn it.
No, it's got French fries.
Well, it also has bread.
It also has bread.
Bread and French fries.
No, very cool.
Fuck it, Britain. Too spicy, got it. Your mom's house. Ah. Turkey. Oh wait, no, I got it wrong. It was Spain.
It was Spain. I wasn't expecting Spain. Crossed my mind, but I wasn't expecting.
Do
you want to get the
from you holding. Maybe holding something. So we'll take a tree. Okay. So what is your problem with uploading? He wants us to upload everything, correct?
At least like baseline everything in the playtest that's just like I don't have a problem with that since we're already doing however,
yes.
Like just the maps is like 3/4 of a gig. And like they're like 8K 30 minute.
I think there was a miscommunication thing here. Okay, so I thought this was about us uploading everything and how I was annoyed that we're giving them everything.
I mean, fair. I think we probably still have.
I think that you should bring that up. I think in the press kit, for example, should not have the classes yet.
We have the one that we already like bossy tested.
That one's fine.
The other ones we just have a summary.
Which
that is a picture and a written overview of what they
yeah. So until those are being paid for, we don't give those to people. And the only people we give those to are press people.
Yes.
Okay? That goes for everything. Unless it's final, we don't give it. We only give compressed versions unless you paid.
Yeah.
Because if you paid for it, yeah, you can have the 8K fucking gig file. I don't give a shit. They probably were happy about it. But if it's free,
for like a content creator, it feels like it'd be a bitch to deal with a 10 gigabyte.
Yeah, because most people are on their phones or on like shitty, like most content creators don't have like big stuff. So just give it to them compressed and give them whatever you want. And then if Artie presses back about, like, for example, the class thing being the press kit, fine. But when I go to fix all the drives, because I'm gonna have to scrape through the Discord to get all the final images, then we can about changing it. Yeah, after the Kickstarter has started, though. Not after the Kickstarter finishes, right? After it's done. So you guys not gonna make any more content for the book until the Kickstarter is done?
During the month of Kickstarter, we were probably just doing like anything related to like additional one-offs.
So wouldn't that be best time? Because artists aren't really making new stuff. If we're doing it afterwards, then when artists are making the new stuff, they're just gonna keep uploading to the Discord, making a never-ending issue. Yeah. Yeah. That's when I should do it.
Yeah, well, that's not done. Kickstarter happens for 30 days. And then for the next 30 days, we don't even get the money until like at least 2 weeks after Kickstarter. So during that time after Kickstarter, when we know if it's been successful and how much we need to do, that's when we reorganize.
Shouldn't reorganizing happen before?
I didn't know how to do it.
Okay, yeah, but unless you have a time machine, that is irrelevant.
No, that's
Pixels is holding me hostage from the last food guesser back, so letting you know.
I mean, it's hard to say.
I'm just saying, if it's a never-ending problem, I'm gonna have to be put on a proper payroll because I'm not dealing with that. That doesn't matter for me. Okay, at the end of the day, I do not care if the Kickstarter is successful or not. Headwind Studios is still going to make Enshrined into a video game eventually. I'd rather, okay, I don't care if they do anything with it after I don't care if Enshrined is successful, period. I'd rather give the keys, because like that's what Artie's point is right now, is that he's giving them everything for the press kit, so that way there's no back and forth on asking for stuff. Okay? Because they don't want to lose the window. If we, for some reason, pop off and it is crazy, where am I going to get the time to do it? Because then, for example, let's say, in the first month of the Kickstarter, you make $1 million. You're gonna have to start pumping shit out. Pumping out updates, pumping out art whips for things that we haven't done yet, and so on and so forth. And I want to be able to be there to help and not be... So while people are crunching, they already have the workflow mindset that when it's done, they upload it. Not while everyone is crunching to make new stuff.
That's
because we just made $1 million.
But during that first 30 days after, at least the first 2 weeks after the Kickstarter, we're not going to be.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that's why I should be doing it then.
Yeah, that's so
So you're saying the first 2 weeks after the Kickstarter's deadline has finished?
After the end date of the Kickstarter, nothing is happening during that. Artie wants to shut the studio for like a month, basically, just playing stuff. We'll be doing community updates.
Yeah, but what are you going to have for the community, other than words?
Just, that's not it's words, and then it's like images from my library. That's what every Kickstarter does. They'll have like a thank you.
Crooked Moon did.
Yeah, it was reused last time.
Yeah, but Crooked Moon also had a bunch of other art updates in the meantime. Every month after they were successful.
Every month after.
The month after they were successful, they gave a big update.
Was it new art?
Probably works in progress. I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised if work was done in that month because people were passionate. And if you'd rather put me in the hellhole and pay me more to fix it all, okay. But I want to give you guys keys for success, and that even if that means I don't get paid, at least it gets sorted out. So in case that the future stuff does want to get organized, we're not bumfucked in crunch season.
So, I would say, if the Kickstarter is initially successful, so we know whether we're going to have to, we'll find out how we can do Kickstarter.
Okay.
Within a week or two of the launch, if it is really going to be successful, we're making a profit.
Okay.
Then you can start working on the house.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just tired of you guys pushing back my organization date because the Discords get worse and worse every day.
It is good.
So when Doom Dark Ages 2 comes out, guess what you owe me? Doom Dark Ages 2. Post about continued progress can help advertise Kickstarter. Exactly.
I'm not saying we're not going to post about progress. We're obviously.
You're going to post about progress with no images. No one cares about text.
We are going to post with images every single time. No one's going to post.
If it's reused.
That's what Cooking Food does with the first, like, the thank yous, the, oh my god, we did it, thank you. They just
right, but people already like them. People don't like us because they don't know us. If they don't know you, they're not going to trust you. That's why people trusted Crooked Moon to do well, because they liked the people first. For us, they can't like us first because y'all didn't do TikTok stuff. So you don't get that leeway. That's why my stream has to look pretty, because they don't know me. So my stream has to look pretty, so they trust me being squishy. Me being squishy! Guys are gonna drive me nuts. First you get a writer that doesn't even write in Google Docs. They write things in the coding format, and then you're like, we don't have a Google Drive. We just put everything in the Discord. No, it's your idea now. You're CFO. I don't give a shit. You CFO. Both get the blame.
I'm not. Yeah.
Too late.
Never have been.
Too late. You're gonna be running the company next week. So fuck you. You're CFO. You both of you get the blame. Why are we yelling? Because Pixels and Artie Muffin Dad, the owner of the studio Enshrined, drive me nuts. They drive me nuts. I love one of them very much. Elaine for head of marketing. I mean, I don't mind. It's just they're not very organized and it pisses me off. Azuki bean sugar mochi Japanese. Japan. Okay. CFO, you're It's just okay. So to be completely frank, Pixels has been named kind of the right-hand man without the CFO title, more like an art lead for Headwind Studios. And so they talk a lot, you know, they do a lot of the directing stuff. They do a lot of the lead stuff. So I blame both of them. Both of them are big old babies. Big old babies. I love you more than I can love myself. Okay. Kiwi wanted to know, before I get even more crazy, what a chocolate boy. What a chocolatey boy. Saturation. This will be darker. I said, what a chocolatey boy. I'm just gonna keep his face. In his face. Also, I'm sorry if I sounded mean. I didn't mean to sound mean. I just want Enshrined to do well. And they're not very organized, and it drives me a little nuts. I'm also crazy about in a text file. I'm also crazy about the writing in a text file instead of better files. Well, the thing is, it wasn't a text file technically. They were writing in code. So like if I opened, what is it, brackets? This is how like they would write their scripts or their information. File new. So they'd be like header of story, and then they'd do like they would use code markups to color coordinate their code, and then just copy and paste that formatting into a Google Doc, which would look bonko crazy in a Google Doc. Also, they never used Obsidian or anything like that further. So, sorry to be a little bunko baby about it. Not organizing drives me nuts. So you have no keys organized, or everyone else stops getting paid and almost nothing that survives. Yeah. Was this right about in the text file? They're like writing in a code program. Not a text file, a code program. Also, I think this is a little less orange, I think. More brown. Keep the saturation. There you go. This is what a strawberry bean in a chocolate jelly look like, and a chocolate cube looks like. Doesn't look that bad. It's like a little meat cube. But essentially, I would be their scrum master. Is like kind of the plans of enshrined as well as I mean, do what you have to do, but they aren't a writer if they do that when they have access to other options. They're a coder first and a writer second. Yeah. Yep. And so it like came down to like now a lot of their stuff is written by RD and Pixels now, but like their organization is gonna drive me nuts. Although I have no idea what the structure of enshrined is. It's a Discord. It is a Discord. Join enshrined, please. Like VS Code, because that does have a spell check and stuff. So that I don't know. But do back enshrined. I love enshrined. It's gonna be a Kickstarter that's gonna release here in October, so in a month, and it's really cool. But the only organization they have is called this. It's called a Discord channel, and sometimes it's in another Discord channel. So. I can't, you'll be like, hey, where's this image for this monster? And be like, I don't know, let me ask the artist. And it drives me nuts. Both Obsidian and Scribner use markup, but they also have other writing formats. It's just like, Obsidian and Scribner, I presume, right, would just be way more organized. Or I've seen better organization. Maybe I should post my stories in their Discord. You could. I don't know where you'd put it, though. I don't know where you put it. I also have to restructure their Discord. Because their workflow area and then their public area is samesies. The only Discord that's a little suspect to say at least. They're a small studio. They're not really that big. So it's like, yeah, there was a small thing. It's whatever. But, it's getting lost. I can guarantee you, Taylor, if you back our project, you will get quality fucking shit. I promise on my life and my cat's life that you will get good ass fucking shit. Now, if you were to ask me about organization, that's different. Were you the only part? No, they have a whole ass marketing team. Please don't promise your cat's life. The thing is, I know the quality of it. That's why I know the cat's gonna be fine. Enshrined is an amazing project. It's very quality. Every artist in there is very passionate. They just don't really have someone to organize stuff. Like, they have a marketing person. They have marketing people. They have a marketing team. I'm just more of the producer, where like I just take their files and make it all nice. It is made of real people. It's made up of Ezekiel, Ezra, and one other person that I don't know the name of because I don't go to the meetings. I'm just their little graphic designer. So. But they have a marketing team. They're also working with another, like, kind of like publishing company in a way. Or like kind of like a marketing company in a way to help them make sure they're doing good ad stuff. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm sure that if Enshrined made $0, but everyone could still live and pay their rent, if that happened, Artie would probably give everybody half of the company if that was possible. Artie is the owner of Headwind Studio is a very kind person and very lovely, and I love them very much. It's just the organization that drives me nuts. Like, did they do the post about the models and stuff? I don't know if they've done the post about the models yet. We're working on the novel stuff. We put it into marketing. There's the boy. The boy! See? See? But does anyone have startup experience? Waddles does. So we have a guy on the team that does. And then we have... Who the fuck? Crooked Moon Marketing Team. What's their names? Who helped them? What was the team? A team helped these guys with their stuff, but I don't remember who. Launch Boom is the people that are helping us make our shit good. Same here, seeing how poorly organized, that doesn't inspire confidence, but I'm super culinary oriented, which in the industry organization is different between food coming out and the well made or some old lady dying of food. That's valid. No, yeah, we're working with Launch Boom. That's why my initial plan is like, I would like to help them, because like one of those stories you hear all the time about companies with good ideas but they go under because of failure of running the business side. Yeah, that's why we're getting help from Launch Boom, because they know the business side of it all, so they're helping us, and you know, they're very confident in us. That's why they're helping us. And that's why when it definitely needs a few Google Docs though. Yeah. So, but the plan is, and at this point, I kind of don't care. Not don't care, but regardless of whether the project does well or not, I wish to organize all their information. Organize all the art, all the files, and all their Discord. Just because I want to, because I care about the project. And I think they'll do fine. I think they'll do great. And so I'm going to be doing that when the Kickstarter launches in October. And hopefully we'll be successful. Hopefully it'll all be good and awesome. And you'll know that organization is done by your lovely maincoow, because I assure that there will be organization. But have confidence, my loves. Tell Pixels my autistic eyes will organize everything in a way everyone can access everything they need for $100. You can't take my job. That's my job, Kiwi. If you organized it would be back in a heartbeat. I would be back in a heartbeat. Okay. Well, I'm already. So don't bet on cat. Okay. I bet on my left thumb. But that is currently the plan. The plan is for me to organize it all, and then everything will be a-okay. Is he be 100%? Oops. Joey Coob. If you organize it, I have a trust that it will be done. But it'll take longer because you made it pretty too. Yep. Which, you know, organizing stuff is a fun thing for me, so I don't care. Little jelly Cuba bear. Little jelly Cuba bear. But I just checked. I didn't even walk 1,000 steps today. Smiles. Hey, I need a time off. You do. Every now and again you do, yeah. Jelly cube. Outer cube. If I may. Look at your own schedule. How many people in chat have asked what you use to organize? That's fair. That is very, very fair. That is very fair. That's just my tism, you know? That's my tism be tisming. That's your my tism be tisming. But yeah, no, the plan has been that I'll organize this stuff. It's just, I understand their hesitation towards me doing it, only because if the Kickstarter doesn't do well, the company doesn't go anywhere and the company dies. You know, kind of thing. And so, like, I get it, but at the same time, I'm gonna do it regardless. What she uses, she's got it. Nah, I'll be using my creativity. I want a jelly cube. I look up jelly cube again because I forgot how to make it shiny. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. I did this wrong. Kickstarter is an easy way to get upfront funds, but there are other ways to fund it with what they already have. That's valid. The problem is, it's kind of like, so we have investors, but the investors want us to do the TTRP. RD came up with TTRP idea. Originally gonna be video game, but think TTRPG could be more achievable. So give to investor idea. Investors say, okay, I give you X amount to pay people. Okay, we do it. Investors say, hey, if you can't make Kickstarter successful, no more money from us. That's just kind of how it is right now. There comes a point where you need to trust your staff to do a good job because no one person can do everything. Yeah. And unfortunately, RD is doing a lot of it. He's not doing a lot of the art anymore, even though he's really good at art. He unfortunately isn't doing a lot of it anymore. And the fun thing is that RD was never, like, he didn't found this company. Someone else was his boss who went crazy, and then RD had to pick up the pieces because he was there, and they're like, you got good guy, you do the thing for us. And he's like, oh day. Now he do the thing for them, you know? But you're right, at this stage, the most important thing is to do right now is to get their name out there. Yup. And I'm only critical because I want them to do well, and I know that they will. It's just, it's scary. It's scary, you know? So many people, because it's like, it's a small team, but it's a small team that is making a good amount of their income from this team. You know, that would be a good story for marketing. It would be, but that will be for when they make the video game, you know? When people care about the company. Because I love them so much, and I know that they're gonna do good. I just want everything. I just want all their art and their product to be reflected in their community. Because if it got reflected in their communities and their resources, then nothing's gonna stop them, in my opinion. I don't know how to make a reverse cube. How the fuck am I gonna make a reverse inverted? Needs arguments. If you're always agreeing, then you miss something. This is true. This is true. And it's not like they're against anything that, like, I'm suggesting. It's just, it's hard. It's hard, right? Because, like, they could do this thing that I'm mentioning now. But the problem is that if the company goes under, it's a lot of work for nothing. And that will make them sad. Okay, I didn't like that. Get whoever has the best narration voice to do a VO for videos explaining what they're working on while showing. That's what they did. Oh my god. Did you see? You saw it. Actually, you commented on it. Headwind. You commented on it, actually. Headwind. Is it Headwind Studio? Yeah, there it is. This. Where'd it go? This one. Wait, what the fuck? Was that the one I thought it was? I don't think that's the one I thought it was. What the fuck? No, it's this one. This was the one that was, like, talking about, like, there's, they made me upset with that video I just saw. Hold on, that made me mad. Hold on, 1 second. That AI was jarring, it was. Hold on. What the actual fuck was that, though? I understand that it's a meme, but what the actual fuck? Cause, like, one of our selling points in the press kit that I made this weekend, there was like, we're not using AI. Even if that's a meme, it hurts your brand. Exactly. Nothing is a joke. Exactly. Like, what? What? Were we okay? Hold on. I want to make sure that's not happening again. That's okay. You can retype it. I'll forget what I reacted to it as. Okay. Want to make sure they don't do that again. I think it's a joke in business. Everything at least somewhat reflects the values of the company. Yep. Thought was the one that did good. In my opinion, besides the ethical sides of using AI, it tells people that you were too lazy or too cheap. Yep. Especially for videos like these. I think, I don't know if I can trust that one either. Now I'm like scrubbing through their TikToks. Okay, that's Shadow of Colossus footage. That's our art. I don't know what that one was. It looked like a meme from another video. feel like I've... Is there a middle management who is checking on other people? It feels like this goes straight from standard employee to higher level investor pleasers. So our marketing is a bit of a separate thing because Enshrined has never really had good marketing. They've only just had art and then their investors. So the art kind of goes to the investors, and the person that checks that kind of stuff is Artie, because he's the only upper management we have because the team is too small. Artie doesn't have enough time to do everything to keep the business running, be an art lead, and also do marketing at the same time. So a lot of the things that we show are the quality stuff. So a lot of the things I show you guys that are final product is what the investors see. And they trust RD. They trust RD a lot. RD is very against AI. It was a selling point. Just will say that sometimes our marketing team is just a little off its rocker and not good at communicating, and has at times made me not very happy with them. So yeah, just we don't reference the marketing team. We don't the marketing team, we don't talk about the marketing team. Okay, hold on. I gotta be right back. I gotta be right back. I will be right back 2 seconds. I love you guys. I'm so sorry. I'll be... Okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to like get all antsy about that. That Brian and sorry, Pixels and RD are speaking right now. That, and it's just kind of like, I think it was negligent. Like they're saying it was like negligence on their part, but also the fact that like they're trying to do the TikTok thing where like you have something on screen every second, but that means you need a lot of imagery. And so if you look up D&D, there is a lot of AI out there, but like you just gotta do your due diligence and not use that shit, man. Especially because like that's to quote what Artie said, that's the reason why their Discord is so open to showing work in progresses, final products for free, essentially, to show that we're not using AI, we're using humans with human passion. And so that's just fucking crazy. Okay, sorry, we're going back to our safe space. Look at this. Look, it's you, chat. Chat, do you have any color requests? You guys have any color? You want to be like a lemon? Oops, shit, wrong color. You could be like a lemon, or you could be an orange one. You could be a lemon one. You could be a lime, orange and green. Orange. Wait, that was red, I'm sorry. Or like a burnt orange. Orange, and then we make a little darker one. Saturate it up. And I'll make green. So like a light green. Like a light green. There you go. That looks delicious. You could also be a gradient if you wanted. Mango flavored. Oh my god, wait, that could be so cool if you were gradiented, actually. Like, I'm trying to do the thinking thing. I think if we did gradients and we made this green, and then we did it this way, and then this one, like this one with the same color palette. Okay, I forgot I was supposed to clean my PC today. Oh no! Oh no, well you have time now. It's not too late. If you wanted, you could do it now. I'm sorry for getting mad, guys. I kind of feel bad. I don't feel mad about I don't feel bad about getting mad about the usage of AI in those videos. I'm mad that it didn't get checked, and I know that people are kicking their butts about it. I just don't want to put bad vibes in the stream. I just don't want to put bad vibes in the stream. Anywho. I've been in a civilization, so I feel you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder if I should make it a circle. Whoa! Whoa, what the fuck? What do you mean I can have a gradient pencil? What the fuck? It's like one of those multicolored pencils. What the fuck? What the fuck? This is crazy. That's so cool. I didn't know that this program could do that. It's rasterized even. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't know I could do that. Actually, that's kind of sick. It's pretty late here. Lol, it's past midnight, so I'll just do some other day. Valid. I feel like I have to take a break from the chat mascot. I think I put bad vibes into it, so I'll work on it another day. Alright, I actually want to look up a little bit of jelly mascot. Or like maybe a candy mascot? Wait, so what will happen to BLT? BLT will be the same. BLT will just be TTS. He'll be our little boy. Unless we want, it's just, I think, I sometimes, I feel bad because I feel like BLT is his own entity and he's not a chat mascot per se. But I don't know, what do you think, Bex? I'd love your opinion on this actually, because you're here often. Easy, we could just change BLT's colors. We just make BLT different colors sometimes. Make him preset colors. He's just cute. The nerds are cute though. I want to look it up on Twitter. Does even anybody else have something like that? It's a good thing I've lived in school. I always thought of BLT as a little guy who we teach swear words to. Yeah, that's what I think too. Like, it's not really like a chat mascot per se. It's just kind of like an impressionable little guy that is here to cause havoc. If I look up milk bean, what happens? Milk bean? Oh. It's just beans that can be milked to make milk. Okay. What about bean shapes? Oh shit, look at that. How to draw a torso bean. Kidney beans. Bean, 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 bean. Bean, 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 bean. Bean, 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 bean. Okay, what do I want to do now? I think I want to work. That's not the program I wanted. I think I'm going to work on BLT a little. And my brain shutting us. If I drop out of chat, it's probably that. No sweat. I hope you sleep well. If you fall asleep, I hope you eat well. Oh, I had an idea about his ear. This morning. Hold on. An idea. Do I duplicate it from over here? No, I don't. I duplicate it from over here. Copy. Yes. And then paste. Or like, do I have to do like a new folder? Not every day that you meet somebody. How do I duplicate it? How do I duplicate this? Hi, Mew! How do I duplicate something in live TV? Duplicate in live TV. How was your stream? Did you have a good stream? And edit mode. That's not what I want. I'm eepy and hungry. Oh my god, you should get something to eat then. Get something to eat. How do I do this? I will. Okay, good. Want to check in first? Understandable. Thank you. Okay, so am I selecting this guy and copy and pasting? No. What you do? I'm trying to copy and paste in Live 2D, and for some reason I don't understand what it's offering. Oh, do I need to select the whole thing? So do I need to go copy and then paste? Yes. Yes. Your left. Your left. 2. But I think I found something. A side profile? Okay. So this would be off. And then when it gets to here, it's on. This also changes to 501. Just being honest. Your shading gets deleted though. Oh, it would have a different one. Interesting, okay. Oh, I should try to get up early tomorrow to try and eat breakfast. Fuck yeah, maybe you can get some good brekkie. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Why didn't they all get moved over? This all should be 501. Okay. Oh, and then this will be front facing. So then when he goes, I am confusion. Oh, is it because I think I know why. So now, why is this one not coming along? It does in the thing, so I'm kind of confused. Interesting. It's like it's affected by physics. Leave the lurk. Set pride profile. 501. One. 501. Okay, now will that fix it? So why does... I'm presuming it's because these two aren't bound. So now that they're bound... Interesting. $501. That's good. That's also good. So why is it that when it comes over? Oh. Um. I don't think that matters all that much. When it stops, it shows up. Why? That fix? Oh no. Zero. Wait, this isn't my request? What? Huh? All for nothing? Is this what you? It's not. It's not. It's not. Is it not? What song did you want? I think that's fine. It's like. This one. We can add a keyframe here. Make it a little bit less. Wait, I think I'm brain dead. What? What? Yeah, no, this should work the way I thought it should. Hold on. Wait. Wait. Yeah. Right. Okay, hold on. File, open recent DLC. Nope. Ignore me. Oh, day! Oh, day, yo! Oh, yo! Okay, so. Copy. Paste. One before adjusting. Don't need to, because it's good. It is good. And now we have this guy. Side view. Which here, it turns it off. Here, it turns it off. But here, it turns it on. Okay. But now, I want bulk move part layer in live 2D. Art palette using with the draw art inspector palette. Art palette? Art palette? Right click. Is there a way to color the bottom of the inspector animation? Live 2D, how to change draw order of multiple keys editing. Oh, okay. Okay, what's up, beautiful people at the bar? Hello, how you doing? Select the keys editing and the thingy. Okay, so select all these. How do I do that? Modeling menu. I just woke up from Eve. Good Eve. I'm glad. How do I do that? We upgrading the child? We are. Modeling view? Modeling? I don't see the thing. Level, show all log. Clipping ID. Edit form, skinning glue, art mesh, parameter. Where is it? If during normal editing view you already set the eye parameter and now want the eyelash to come out in front of the bangs, the draw order must be edited by one of the 8 key forms. Here, let's use the multiple key editing function. Select multiple keys editing from the modeling menu in the modeling view. Select the keys to edit the... Okay, how do I edit them? It folds. That's a wiggle wiggle. Oh, show. Select multiple key editing from the modeling menu in the modeling view. How did you get rid of sore throat? What? How did you do that? What am I looking for? Multiple keys editing? Oh, multiple key editing. Five. Okay. Oh, I did it. The jiggle. It folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle. Oh, show. You know, you really have to see it. You really have to see it. Okay, click in the compact. No slack. And then sheets go back. Wine. Some red, red wine. Okay, now it should work, right? I'm gonna turn this off. Doing too much to keep tonsil cells from forming. It happens. It'll be better in like 30 minutes. Oh. Maybe you can just get your tonsils removed. Smile. There we go. I fixed the thing. Yippee. Why is this weird? Make the head go away. Actually, no, just look at it here. I got my new model. New model for what? Wanna fuck with the files? Maybe. Motherfucking will be able to these files. You get what you see what I'm putting down, you know? Get this one. Why are you weird? I can't tell because I have to be zoomed in, but I can't be zoomed in at the same time. It's you. It's you. You're making my shit funky. I think I didn't fix it. I don't know how to describe how I prevent it without sounding gross. Yeah, you water floss your tonsils. Water floss your tonsils. Let me see this. Let me see this, baby. Let me see this little baby. To the weekend, you stay on my mind. Oh, you little baby. Look at his little face. Oh, is this a little baby? Oh, now it's all suction. That makes sense. Oh, it's so cute. Did Coca-Cola make it? Or was it someone else that made it? Also, I have to fix the VLT. Hold on. Save as VLT 4.1, 4.1. Oh, baby out of 10, baby out of 10. I have to open Affinity. But it's broken. Nah, it was Digi. Oh! Is DigiVT the person that I've been making stuff for? This person? This one? I've been making video edits with him. With this young girl. Live TV. No. Oh. Okay. How far? I think they are called. I'll find their. Okay. Good. And belly. Right. It's the body. This. Very nice to work with. Crazy cheap, not gonna lie, that's valid. 4.1, ITD. What else is him different? I think it's just his ears. His ears are different. Sometimes when I think about him, it's to remember all the good times. DigiKitty. Cat draws cute cat girls. Very nice. So I was working out an accountability system with my writing friend. Oh, I like the sounds of that. Very cute. Oh, okay. Alright. So we have these, which is all good. But then... Oh, shit. We need one. It's like this. Wait, no, I need the thing I have. Okay. And then we take this guy, this guy, this guy. Minus. There we go. If I don't hit my goal, then I can't use the internet for entertainment next week. That's correct. But what about me? Wait! Don't punish me! Me! You're punishing me! Oh! Kiwi! I don't like this plan. Kiwi! 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 Maincoow don't like this plan. Maincoow against this plan. Little maincoow don't like this plan. A bad plan. I will miss you! What will I do? That's part of it. I can't let you down. Kiwi! Kiwi, please. Don't let us down, Kiwi. You got it. I believe in you. I believe in you. Keep thinking. Keep thinking. Okay, these are the second pair of ears. This is the side view ears. Ear left 1, ear right 2, ear outline birthmark. Yes, because I don't know what. I forgot what I'm doing. I forgot what I'm doing. Okay. Okay, well, thank you. Oh, no, I think I remember. Okay, no, wait, I remember. I remember. Okay. Nope, I remember. Okay. We're good. We're good. That just took me a second. Body, ear, right. I need to grab this again, put this here. So this is the ear right shading. This is, ear left. I'm using how much you need me to make sure I get my work done because I'm most productive when others count on me. Valid. I can't be mad about that. That's valid. What? There you go. Okay. Side shading. Left. And this is ear. Side shading. Right. Ear. VLT get a haircut? No, I'm just setting him up so he can look to the side. I think this makes sense. Yes. Yes, I think this all makes sense. Except for a few things. This needs to come over here. Oh, this one needs to come over here. What the fuck? Okay, no. Right side. Right side, go on left side, go on right. Okay, I figured it out. There we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna re-rig the ears, I think, is my plan. So the ear side view gets deleted. This whole thing. Just I want the ears gone. Cut this. Okay. And then I need to rasterize these. Rasterize. Rasterize. Cool. Yes, okay. Cool. And then file save as. Oh, it's this one. PSD export VLTV on ears. Add all layers as new art mesh. Oh! Why is this different? Why is it different? No. Why is it different? Huh? What? Oh, it's just not centered, I guess? What? I'm presuming it's because of this, so... But... Yes. This one, this one. This one, this one. And all this orange. Whoa, why is it doing that? Why is it not taking it all? I think this is correct. Yes, it is correct. Okay. Flipping ID. And then this one. And then this one. Flipping ID. There we go. And then I have to mesh the thing. So let's turn the head off. Your color. Not auto do it. To test. 36? It's not like how alpha. Oh? What? Wait. Open. How did I do it on the last BLT? I feel like on the last BLT I was good about making sure his ear was actually like proper. Ear left. Oh, it was proper. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, give me. Give me. Give it to me. It's a little different. I think it's gonna be okay. Oh shit, cancel. I can copy it. Uncopy it. That doesn't look really great, so I also need to adjust it. I'll adjust it on the outline first, and then I'll adjust it here. And then I'll paste it in the other one. I want the lines to line up. Okay, just notice how smoothly the shadow changes when he turns his head. I try very hard for our boy, you know. I try very hard for our boy. Ear color L. Where's this one? Do it. These are fine, I think. I say as I should probably look at how I did it on the other one. Oh shit. Okay. I did it like this. I'll take it. Give it. Oops. Thank God you can copy between projects. I don't know where the shadow is. Your L shading. So, that's your fed. Okay, this one, check. Oh, whoops. And then this one. Whoop. This is organization. I am the common, no dissemination. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hey, no problem. No problem. This guy, and then I'm gonna modify this guy. He is all here. So I'm just going to modify this to go this way, because that is how it, oops. Is that how it be? This one. Thank you for the boo. There we go. Alright, now his ears are good. And now I duplicate his ears. Copy. Yes. And then paste. Delete this guy. So this will now go here. Draw orders 5, 10. All these will be 5, 10. But this is something I can edit later, is it not? I think it is. I don't think I had to do that just yet. Okay, so now that that's the case, we can bring his head back. We take this whole thing, do ear left, create, do this one, You're right. Create. Oh, right, that has to say it. Okay, cool. I'm feeling I think they both need this. When you look right, just wait. Okay, wait. This one is in, pushes in a bit. This one comes out, brings it out a bit. They give a song request. And this one goes in and squishes in a bit. And this one comes out and stretches out a bit. Okay. Yes, this makes sense. Okay. Do I want... Also, why is it so far out? Oh, I know why. Can't put this guy. Hold on. No music. There you go. Okay. So now if they're left, I'm gonna take these and bring this out a little bit. Not that part, this part. There you go. And then... Huh? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Okay, alright, hold on. Hold on, let me fix it. On tonight, I'm coming out tonight. Whoop. Big Bunny BLT, yes, And then you guys go here. You're left. What? What? Oh. Oh. Nope, nope. Oh, I see Buffett. Good song. Open big days tonight. There we go. And then here, right. There we go. Whoop. What?
Mom, this song is a banger.
It is a banger. Watch motion. I think I should just do them one by one. I don't know why I'm trying to like both do it. Boop. Mm-hmm. This one this way. Yeah. And then this one this way. Yeah, I have to take this much of it and bring it in. Right, so yeah, okay, cool. And then here left. This one comes out. Then from here it goes in. It comes in. Okay, and then these two. Wait, no, and then I need these ones in the Y formation. Because when it go up, this half comes down. And then when he look down, this part comes down. Right? And sit. And what? And what? Any sit pissers in the? What does that mean? Come down a little bit. Oops. That's pretty. Oh, you mean like sitting down to piss? I think that like a lot of people don't know. A lot of people do that. Oh, my neck. Alright, and then I do these guys, and then I bind them. Yep. I take this. And then body X. Like that way, so it's really. So go down. And then go up. Elaine is many much confusion because now I realize that the shadow is not moving with the rest of it, which is a problem. So if, okay, new question. And I took these guys and I bound them together. Okay, now how's it look? That breaks it. I am confusion. So now it's... And the only way I could fix that, thank you for the lurk, is if I do this, right? Is if I manually morph it then. So this, yes, it is. Okay, so this rotates, right? So this goes... Right, so it goes whoop, and whoop. I guess I could have done on rotation if I'm wrong. Anyway. Yeah. Is that all it needs though? Is the... Yes. But this needs to synthesize for me. Okay. Okay. And then copy this. And then paste. We don't need this. Where is it? Parameter? Multiple keys edit. This one. 510. Okay. And then we take this guy and create side view. Create. And then we modify the opacity be 0 unless it goes to the right. Yeah, but then this one doesn't get this anymore. So now when it turns to the left, it's like that. But now I have to modify the shadow. Oh, that was the wrong one. Apply this to be halfsies. Then bring it out. Ooh. Cancel. Auto connect. Bring it on in. Bring it on in. Alright, there you go. Alright, and then there, and then what have you expected to fall away? No, bring it back. How do I want to do this? Can do it like that. Side view. I see 100. Stu posing. Yeah, if he moves quickly, it's fine, but if he's at, like, an angle where it's, like, to the side, like, in between the sides, it doesn't work. Like, there. So here, what if it's 0 here? I think with a song request. What? I wanna change it? Oh. Yeah, I want it to be 0. Yeah, so pattern A poser. Unless we made it. Keep that guy for now. Alright, what? Unless we made it like. Also do like this. I guess. Made it like. No. I feel like it'd have to be like this. Not that part, this part. Would have to like come out. So it's like. Eh? I think I know the problem. Nope. That's not what I wanted. Right here is when it has to start coming out. So when it's like there, when it's at like 50, I want it to be here. And I want to modify this. I don't know how I want to modify it. I want to modify it until it looks like it's coming out of his head. So that means 0.1 would have to give. Would have to like almost be like here. So what if we took less of it and put it there? I can push this one. It's with this one. Oh my god. Brush size. Jesus, this brush size is big. Like, do 250. That bottom part, but this part needs to keep going in there. Keep going in. Keep it going. And come back down. So if now he looks. Oh, he'll look cute with his ear bang, don't he? It like works though. Oh my god, it like works though. Okay, wait. I'll go at 1. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, boop, boop. Okay, so I want it to go in a way that looks not the worst, if possible. Oh, I don't want it to pick that, so it's this inner part. I think I need to do the normal selection. Nope. Not you. Oh, that's not gonna work. Gimme. That went too far, okay. Maybe this bottom part goes too far? Let me give it to me! Open your door! POV, I'm at your door! Open your door! What's up, Ark? Archivist, what's it going? How's it going, eh? Hey, bark, bite! Hello, everyone! Welcome on in! How was your stream? Saying hi, Lord and Azu Sky. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follows. Welcome on in, everybody. I'm a Halo nerd. Hey, our Halo nerd, I think, went to bed. Xavier Zura, thank you for the follow. You are so fluffy. Thank you. Snackaracko, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Oh shit, y'all are lagging me out. Baby mode. You got it. Hello, everybody. TV show Mama knows about it. Well, thank you. It's being redeemed as something else. Oh my god. Purple Indo Queen, welcome on in. ASCII VT and Asuno Tenshi, welcome on in. Oh my gosh. Hi, everybody. Sorry, we're lagging a little bit. It's our favorite punks, it is! Hello! Hi, it was my first day back after a little vacation. Did you have a good vacation? Cat become human shape? Cat did become human shape. I'm a cat cow. Welcome on in. I hope you had a wonderful stream. A little babe. Yes, hello. I'm tiny. I have a big form too. I just wasn't in it because I was being a little guy. But I hope you guys had a wonderful stream. What'd you guys get up to? If you need, what does the cat cow say? Yeah. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to us. Otherwise, I hope you just have fun. No great vacation. Went to a furry con. Was it the furry con?
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
I like it, Picasso. Thank you for the check-in, Temper Tide. I hope you enjoy the vibes here. If you have to go hang out, go rest, feel free to. My words are all bleh. No, it was Megaplex. Gotcha. Isn't there one that's like called like I forgot what it's called. It's like DragCon or it's like Dragon Con, like you know, like that. But I don't know how it's said. But I hope you had fun. I hope you had the most fun. The most is fun in the whole wide world. We're currently rigging our TTS mascot. The BLT, he's in the corner right now, but you know, he do be doing. But yeah, if you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy the vibes here, cause they're silly vibes. I'll tell you what, they're silly ass vibes. Oh, thank you for the wellness check. Yeah, my brain short circuited. No, I know that convention. It's the no. It's called Dragon Con. It is, right? It is. I low-key need to lay down, but sending all the love. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. We love you so much. Get good rest. Welcome on in, everybody. If you don't know me, Back from Eep. Welcome back from Eep. I hope you slept well. I'm Elaine, otherwise known as maincoow. I'm a cat cow VTuber, and I do a bunch of silly fun things here. Hope you've been well. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope you get good rest. I'll be heading out in about 20 minutes. I gotta fix my schedule. No problem, Kiwi. No problem. No problem. Have a good night. Have a good night. Cece the Bee, welcome on in. I hope you have a wonderful time here. I'm currently trying to figure out rigging. It's a little hard, but you know, we will figure it out. We will figure it out one way or another. I just kind of wanted this to be more curved, but I don't think it's gonna become more curved. Which Oh, chat. Oh, I didn't save it. Chat, I didn't keyframe it. Chat, I didn't keyframe it, so I gotta redo it again. Wait. Yes, I did. Oh, my. Oh, Dracon Blake, thank you for the follow. Come on in. And Temper Tide, thank you. Now, let me save this. Let me save this before I lose all my work at some point, because I cry. Okay, no, we're okay. I think we're A-okay, right? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're okay. I was just on the wrong layer. Oh, man, that scared the shit out of me. Okay, and then this becomes 0. And now, when the boyo looks right, it should make it look like his ear comes out. It does. Okay. Sorry, my eye itches like a bitch. I hope you guys are having a lovely, lovely day. We're having the loveliest of days. I slowly figure out live 2D. If you want to talk about how your day went, feel free to. Otherwise, know that I love you. I don't. Also, if you want to request a song, feel free to. Song requests here are free TM. They, what's happening? I've done a goofy and I don't know what I'm doing. They use channel redemptions. Ours use channel redemptions. So you just need 500 points. And you can play whatever song you want, as long as it's on Spotify. Why can't you be more curvy, my boy? Why must you be so stiff? Oh, I figured it out. Ha! But you have no category? What do you mean I have no category? How the fuck is that? How do you do that? No stim for me? Oh shit! I'm sorry, I didn't see that. I'm so sorry. I got you. Thank you.
You're gonna want to glib this.
Can I pet that dog? I wish I liked my art more than I do. Oh, mood. That's such a fucking mood. I am surrounded by like fucking talented artists and they drive me nuts in a good way. In a good way though. I need a clip birthmark to head. Oh, but it's lower, isn't it? Here left. What if I put... There's a problem. There is a major problem. Can I fix it by doing this? Yes. Depression is fun. Depression is... It's a hard one. But you are as creative as your most creative friend. So, you know, if you have a pretty creative friend, not depression. Not depression. Depression can suck all the eggs. It can. Oh, wait. It fades to 0? Oh, because I didn't put it at 0. Modeling. Oh. It's like holding my other arm, so I was like, why can't I click buttons? So it do the thing now. I do like painting. Oh, you like painting minis? What kind of minis? D&D minis, Warhammer minis. I like painting minis too. We painted them once here. I'm very novice though. I'm not very good at it, but we try. I find it very interesting that it seems like two things are controlling the... Interesting. Why you do that? Do you need another one right here? Say no. Battletech, Warhammer 40k, and fantasy, just a bit of everything. That's fucking cool. The only thing I've managed to paint minifigure wise is a squig. A squig. Why is it like this? Why are you like this? You should be 0. Why are you not? Oh, because you're not 0. What? What? Wait, then I do not need this one. There we go. Do you have a favorite? Do you have a favorite thing to paint? Like, do you like the figures, the gods, or maybe the little terrain more? Or do you have a favorite part of the process? Thank you for the wellness check. Where is that? Yippee! Okay, if you rotate. I don't think he'll be looking around that slowly. There is a possibility, though, that he's, like, looking this way. It depends. Sometimes kit bashing models can be fun. Ooh, that does sound fun. That does sound fun. I've never done that. That do sound fun. I've never gotten to do something like that before. Is a posing on better now? I've kit bashed my dreadnought a bit and some of my armies. Cool. Very cool. I like a lot. Should it be automatic instead? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I'm doing. Boop. Boop. Basically on there. And then, how do you scrub through live 2D live 2D parameters? Cause I kinda just wanna... I just realized that you have an actual cat on the side of your screen. I do! It's my cat! Her name is Moira. She's my birthday baby. She's my birthday baby. Embedded files, edit, copy parameters. Live 2D. What's cool, Milk Kid? You get that redeem is so that way you can get VIP. If VIP. Quick. Parameters? Okay. Just execute that kitty, thank you. She's 2 years old. She's my little bean baby. I'm more a bug. Okay, what about now? That's not bad, actually. The only thing that I don't like about it, really, though, is that it gets modified here, but I think I could just switch that back. So that way when it goes like this. Yeah. I do need to edit this though. Needs to move as well. I could just take the whole thing and I'll just do it over it. Yeah. That's right, we're both cool kids. This is correct. This is indeed correct. Kibashi is basically throwing a model bits together to make some new like Dreadnought. It's new like my Dreadnought. It came with 2 sets of weapons, either a big plasma gun or a Gatling gun as the main weapon. And as for the side weapons, it had a small flamer or a small Gatling gun. So I gave it the big plasma gun in one arm and the small flamer on the other hand. And I had to glue 2 Gatling guns together and then glued them to the shoulder of the model so it's... Oh, I like that. Strapped for battle, he is prepared. Say hello to my little friends. And then he just fucking pulls out the big guns. I like it. That's cool. I like it, Picasso. What feels wrong with this? This a bit. But the head shadow is also weird. Because why not on God? That should be like everybody's life motto though. It's just why not?
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
Okay, I like it, Picasso. I saw when someone playing Warhammer and my autism was ticked. Help me. I've never personally played Warhammer, but I do know quite a bit of the lore. I played the Steam game, the latest one, and I quite like it. And I've painted squigs. So I like them. Excuse me. Excuse me. Modeling parameter. Draw order. 510. Okay. Let's see. So now in chat I am in much confusion. What have I done? There we go. There we go. Chat, they're working on Warhammer 40k. Dawn of I saw that! I saw. How is that different? How is that one different than the other ones though? That's my question. How is that one different than the other one? Cause like I don't know the difference. Hi Marky, welcome on in. How's that different? Like is that one gonna be like fantasy or like is that gonna be like Space Marines 2 but a different lore franchise? Like how is that one different? I think I know the vision. Yeah. And then we take these guys and we just whoop. I take this guy and I go whoop. Who are you? Why? Oh, you know what? Right there. I see. I just wanted it to morph. I just wanted to morph over here. Oh, chat. Oh, chat, it's getting spicy. Oh, chat, it's looking weird. Okay, I think I almost got it, actually. Oh, it looks weird. This fucking shit. Nope, that affects that one. Oh, okay. The Dawn of War games are all set in Warhammer 40k. Dawn of War 1 and 2 were good. Dawn of War 3 was so bad it died before it could fully launch. Mostly because it was way too brightly colored, so let's hope they remember to keep the game with slightly darker colors. I mean, if they did what they did with Space Marines 2, I think they'll be okay. Because Space Marines 2 looks really good. So I'm sure they'll just take from what they've already done, right? Right? Hopefully? Maybe? Hopefully? Okay, let's see how this looks. This next one will come off. Actually, just take it on. I'll be heading out for the night. Have a good rest of the stream, boss. Good night, Kiwi. Good night. Thank you for the lyric, Zora contract. Zohar contract. Welcome on in, and thank you for. I wanted to play Space Marines 2 so badly. It's really good. It's really good, especially if you have friends. It's really cool. I like the pairing mechanic in it. Helldivers 2 and a bunch of other games. Valid. I personally like, I think I like Space Marine 2 and Helldivers, like, samesies. But I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. I don't know what I'm doing. Ugh. I think it looks cute, but I just don't know if it works. I'm just gonna turn it off for now. Where's this other here? Yes, disable lock. Why are you... Where did you go? Oh, there you go. Like, I want to go through that's valid. Pixels, my significant other, has been wanting to do that as well, and they haven't been able to. Because they've been busy. Thank you for the vibe check. Here left. Oh, it's this one? This one. Oh. Yeah, okay. Let's just do... I'm gonna do a little bit of the body, and then I'll probably call it for stream, because I don't want to... I have other work to do, and I'm gonna do those off stream, so... Belly flat. Where's his belly? Where's this little belly? Put the body there. There we go. Thank you for the save check. Would not want to lose the progress we just made. Let me tell you what. Oh, he needs one more, I think, here. And then also... I want to modify it. Let me modify it. Please, thank you. Yeah. Save and save often is wisdom I learned early in life. Yeah, I think, what did I think my old professor used to call it CISO. Save early, save often. CISO. Alright, I have not done anything. This would not do anything. Okay. I think we take these three and just a little bit of this. A lot more of this. I say, as I don't actually know if it's doing the thing I wanted to do. It is not. Do I need to do it this way though, actually? I don't think so. I think I need this guy to go here. And then, can I reflect the motion? Right, so, okay. And then the body birthmark. Left. Wait, when it's in the center, okay, it's like a little bit to the left of this, so it'd be like this. And this way, would be like, it would be more like this, I think. I think that looks about right. And then this one will move. Right, so this one will go. Oop. Oop. And then this one. I did this wrong. I should only be worrying about making sure it fits. Because this bottom part will connect to the leg. Oh, no! I forgot to do the body! No! Can I copy it from this one? Can I copy it from the old one? I don't want to redo it. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Gimme. I don't wanna. No wonder it was weird. Playing some RimWorld, I have a lot of playtime. Ooh! You like RimWorld? I've never played it. I heard it's really good though. I'm gonna have to do it myself. Oh, okay. Mirror it. Mirror it. Mirror edit. Okay. Did I do it 3 or by 2? I did it by 3. Wow, I was very specific about this one. Okay. It's a fun game. If you have a loose moral code, as I do a lot of crimes in that game, that's valid. I mean, hey, you know, I've seen a lot of people take out their murderous intent or criminal mindset in RimWorld, so like, you know. At least you're not taking it out in real life, you know? Ooh, what's for Din Din? Ooh, thank you. I have gotten chicken fingers. Not chicken fingers. Not chicken. Fish sticks. 167. Wow! Remember mostly from as the idle game piece. Oh, so use it as like an idle game? Is that what you're saying? Because like, if so, very valid. Oh God. Chat here knows that I quite like my idle games. Because we do a lot of co-working here. But you know what other game I like? Doom. Oh no! I forgot to do the thing. Son of a bitch. I think it'll be fine. I think. Oh, poo dingus. Oh, poo dingy. I'll be fine. Yeah, if the PC needs to update, like a bunch of stuff that needs updating, and the PC needs to do something, as it updates, I put on RimWorld. Smart. Elaine, did I tell you what I saw? Oh, you did not. What did you see when you got home? RimWorld stories can play out a lot of fun ways. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I actually know nothing about RimWorld. 2 gay frogs. Oh, did you see 2 gay frogs? Was it 2 gay frogs? I put my money on 2 gay frogs. the body does have some changes that happens. This would come in. This would come out. And then, can we just reflect the motion? I don't want to do it again. Okay. Some folks gallivanting about the suburbs on horses. Horses? Horses? Click the details. Please set the output to use minutes in the minute. What? 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 Is it cause... What? Why can't I look at the modeling stuff again? Of all things, one story in RimWorld I have is I was playing a tribe. I sent out one of my pawns, stopped one of my prisoners for breaking out. The pawn I sent punched the head off the prisoner. Holy shit! Just going for a pre-summer jaunt. That's all. Pose. Why is this broken? Maybe I gotta reopen it? Why won't it let me do the thing anymore? Advanced battery dive, but now it's alive. Oh, now you can stay nice and cool. Open, reset this one. There we go. I don't know why it wasn't. That was really weird. That was really weird and that scared me. Okay. I want to listen to the song. Oh, we're gonna listen to this one. Hey, that bomb was shaped like a deer. DUI, know how about you die? Go 100 miles an hour. Well, did you know? Oh. Ba-da-da-da-da. Oh, my leg is just. Oh no! Okay, no, left and right. Go, stop it, go. Oh, this is off. Fuck. Remote House 3 basic storylines. AI Casardas classic. She hits you at least 2 times every 5 days. Phoebe has a long, quiet time, but will hit you hard with back-to-back events like illnesses and raids. Then Randy Random, he's an RNG, and Deuce, does whatever the fuck he feels like. Raid one day and cargo pods full of milk, followed by giving your pet dog's heart attack. I was gonna be like, I like this Randy guy. This Randy guy sounds kind of alright. And then you said that there was a last part, and I'm like, now I don't know if I even like Randy. Now Randy sounds a little suspicious. If I'm honest. Randy sounds a little suspicious. Census corners, okay. It doesn't have a... Need a B. Oh, these have to go behind the body. Randy Random is kind of an asshat. He can also just go to sleep for like 50-minute in game days and we'll do... What the fuck? That's crazy. He just go eat. He's like, I don't want to do this anymore. Good night. Dude, I wish that was me. On God, I wish that was me in real life. Like, why can't that be me in real life? Oh, doesn't affect this? Like this one? Me first. Like I said, he's RNG with mods. There are way harder storytellers like the Void. It's very interesting. I'll have to get into RimWorld at some point, honestly, because I'm very interested in like whatever the fuck it is. I think I did this wrong. I think I did this wrong. Okay, I know this is right. The ears going behind the body. Yeah. Okay, wait, no, I understand. The Void Storyteller is nothing but hate mix in the Void faction mod, and you have the most OP thing to fight in the game. So there's like it like gives you a buff. It's giving you a buff. There you go. And then now let's synthesize the corners. Huh? Huh? Oh, it's the shading. Okay, that's gonna be off. That's fine. Okay, and then I think we'll do the belly button. Belly button go up a little bit. Wait. Belly button go down a little bit, right? Stretch up. Stretch in. It spawns rival pawns with OP gear, but if you get that gear, you will become God or close to God. God damn! That's a little OP, don't you think? Well, I guess, like, I mean, like, high risk, high reward gameplay, then no, which I usually like high risk, high reward gameplay, to be fair, so I guess I can't really be the one to complain. There we go. Yeah, I like that. And then that means this now gets synthesized corners. Now his little belly button should be fine. Why is belly button not fine? Is it not synthesizing the corners properly? Okay. Okay, he's good now. Yeah, there's mods for everything in basically every game. That's valid. That's, you know, that's very valid. Yeah, got me on that one, bud. And this one come down a little bit. This one go up a little bit. I gotta synthesize the corner of this. Okie dokie. Alrighty. Now we gotta do the body. Which, left, right's looking alright. Down, and then up. Wait, everything looks fine. What the fuck? No, it don't. No, it don't. You know why? Because I got a recent beside this one. Okay. Okay. Now it should be alright. There we go. Now his little belly works just fine. Cool. Alright, I think that's where all we'll stop for today. Thank you everyone for chatting. Thank you so much, Arch, for the massive raid today. Holy shit, blew me away. Thank you for all the follows. And thank you, Sangy Lord, for telling me about RimWorld and your passion for Warhammer. It was very cool. And I hope you get to come by again and tell me more stuff. Because I like talking to you guys. We're gonna go raid something. Someone. Bye-bye. Love you. I love you. I love you. Who we gonna go raid? I don't know. Let's see. We raided Hockey Web last time. Who do I want? Oh, I want to raid Hellwick. I want to go raid Hellwick. Hellwick is playing Mono Hunnel, so I hope you have fun with them. They often do art. I can't. That was not They often play art. There are even more rewards for Warhammer 40k Dawn of War games. Bigger units, cap, new models, and even adding in the big boy. Whoa, that's cool. I like the music combination. Thank you. Mono Hunnel, hell yeah. Mono Hunnel, hell yeah. Hope you guys enjoy it. That's Little Scythe by Porter Robinson. If you enjoyed it, you can check that out. Otherwise, I hope you have a wonderful time over with Heroic. We love them a lot. They make all of their own art and stuff, so it's really cool, and they have a really immersive vibe. Otherwise, I just hope you have fun hanging out with them, watching them play Monty Honey, because that Monty Honey stuff is really cool. But I love you guys. Have a wonderful night. Thank you, Pixels, for reminding me. Erratic Pillow, love the name. Thank you for the follow. Here's a raid message. You don't have to use it, but I appreciate it if you did, so they know where it came from. But again, I ain't your mother. I can't tell you what to do. But I love you guys a lot. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you again tomorrow for more art shenanigans. Probably, maybe some Minecraft or Doom or something. I don't know. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye!